Meeting. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Ms. Johnston. Here. Mr. Peterson.
Here.
Ms. Demboski. Mr. Flynn. Present. Mr. Trainey.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. If everybody would rise, we have the Air National Guard here with the colors. Join with me in pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order.
Take your seats, please. My thanks to the Air National Guard for doing that. And today we're giving a resolution for the Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day, which is on March 27th. So that was part of the reason the Air National Guard was here. We appreciate it. Minutes of previous meetings. We have A4 regular meeting February 17th. If I get a motion to approve. Move to approve. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. By the way, our screen's not working. Any comments? Any opposition to that being approved? Saying none, that item is approved unanimously by the body. Next one is item 4B, our special meeting, February 24th, 2015. If I get a motion and a second. It's moved and seconded. Let's see. Let's try it again because it showed up on my screen. Not now. Good. That showed up. Ask unanimous consent. Any objection to approval of the minutes? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk. Those minutes are approved. Next item is our regular meeting of March 3rd, 2015. If I get a motion on that. Moved and seconded. Is there any comments on the minutes? Any objection to unanimous approval? Saying none, those minutes are approved. We now get down to Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things. I think as the body is aware, and probably by now the public, that Mr. Vacalis will be on leave for indefinite future with a medical condition that we are very pleased about his progress with. In the meantime, Chief Mew is the acting municipal manager, so you can still direct your questions and any things to Joy at the municipal manager's office, not directly to the chief. He will basically deal with those along with the mayor's office, and will obviously, as we always do, be a very collaborative effort to make sure that if there's any issues that you need answers on or any information at all that you need, we'll certainly get that to you. Wanted to also remind and encourage the Assembly to, if you're at all available this weekend, one of our Centennial Legacy projects is the film that was developed with Todd Hardesty, a local movie producer, Alaska Video Postcards, and John Larson, the gentleman that's won over 20 Emmys with Dateline. a former news director at Channel 2. They've produced an amazing movie that captures the 100 years of Anchorage. It's historical, emotional, personal. It's been sold out 3 straight days at the Beartooth Theater, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so impressively that it's being held again next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And again, tickets are already going like crazy. The word of mouth is spread about what an incredible legacy film this has proven to be. And so I encourage the Assembly, others. I think our municipal clerk, Barbara Jones, has sent notice out that there's 2 tickets for every Assembly member available, courtesy of this centennial celebration. If you would like more, you go online for the Beartooth, and you can get more tickets if you want. But we encourage you to go. We encourage all the residents to go as well. It has proven to be something beyond our expectations, as is many of the centennial celebration events. Finally, I want to communicate to you that after the last Assembly meeting, as you know, we went ahead and signed a contract with a firm to do the SWS business evaluation. And the reason that we went forward was, number one, I was not anticipating that the Assembly would postpone for over nearly 2 months action on what the Assembly's involvement wanted to be with the sale of SWS. There was a resolution that we proposed to engage the Assembly. I was anticipating maybe a postponement to the next meeting, but with a 2-month postponement and a public hearing, it was incumbent on us to do the work necessary to give you the information so that the public at a public hearing knew what the heck they were testifying on, and you, the Assembly, understood what the heck at a work session was the goal going forward and what the information was to allow you to make a decision going forward. Had we sat around for 2 months and done absolutely nothing, we would not have done our due diligence to give you the information you need to make a good informative decision. So I apologize that it happened quickly, but at the same time, less than 60 days goes really quick, and the consultant will have his work done literally about a week before what we're anticipating will be the work session the Friday before the Assembly meeting where you've scheduled the public hearing, Mr. Chairman. So I just literally wanted to make sure we had the right information for you, the Assembly, and for the public who's going to testify, because I can't imagine what they would testify on. I can't imagine what you would deliberate if you did not have this information. So that's the reason why. Again, apologize that it happened quickly. We were prepared not to sign the contract with the gentleman if we just had postponed to the next meeting, which was 3 weeks. Adequate time to review a resolution, maybe craft your own version of which I think Mr. Steele has done, and I've read your version, Mr. Steele, and we think it's fine going forward. But again, I don't think we would have done our due diligence if we did not bring you information. The only way to get that information was to do a true business evaluation. So with that, thank you, and I'll answer any questions anybody has. Thanks.
Mr. Starr has a question. Mr. Mayor? Mr. Starr?
No, not really a question on that, but accolades to the city staff and those that started our Winter Fest, even though we didn't have much snow, with the Iron Dog for Ronde and the Iditarod restart. Tremendous staff support, the crews that had to move snow and put all that event on in a safe environment. You got a good staff, Mayor. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Starr. Kudos to our, our facilities and our street maintenance folks. For 3 different events, they haul snow in, they remove snow, they bring it back, and fortunately, we stockpile snow every year, knowing we may have a bad snow year, which this year certainly was. So, Ron Thompson, Alan Chakowski, anybody else, Paul, everybody over at Streets, great job, everybody. Thank you.
Any other questions from the mayor? Don't appear to me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're down now to Assembly Chair's report. Let me read this to you. Thanks to the clerk for doing this. Let's see. We have a big agenda and a number of proposed changes. I want to let you know about these changes before we get started. Addendum item 9A5, Resolution 2015-111, recognizing the 2015 Alaska Points of Light graduates. We're going to take that up about 6 o'clock. Under old business, item 14C and C1, AO 2014-101S, adopting the Chugach State Park Access Plan from Assembly Member Johnston and Assembly Member Evans. We had a request to take this item up after 11B, AO 2014-147, providing for implementation of Chugach State Park Access Plan from Assembly Members Starr, Traney, and Hall. When we get to 11C, I will entertain a motion to change the order of the day to take up 11C after continued public hearing on item 13B. Under continued public hearing items, 13C and 1 and C1, AO 2014-135 and AO 2014-135, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 11 to accommodate technology innovation used in providing passenger transportation services for hire. I understand that Mr. Evans Mr. Evans intends to make a motion to continue the public hearing until April 14th, and he has said that he will be providing an S1 version in advance of the April 14th meeting. Item 13D, AO 2015-19, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 20.08.050, street lighting improvements. It's my understanding that the sponsor is going to move to postpone this indefinitely. Under public hearing items, 14A, AO 2015-25, and 14F, AO 2015-26, both deal with dedicated municipal property to parkland. These items are scheduled for public hearing on April 14, 2015, and were inadvertently added as a public hearing item for tonight's agenda. Public hearing will be open this evening, and public hearing will be continued to April 14th or April 28th. Okay. Then 14L, AO 2015-29, amending AMC Title III to clarify and provide authority to the Board of Trustees under Retiree Medical Funding Program, Trust for Police Officers and Firefighters, from Assembly Member Dabowski. This item will be held open for public hearing, but I'll entertain a motion to continue public hearing to the 14th of April meeting. Item 14M, AO 2015-28, amending AMC 3.20.070B, provide for the reorganization of the Public Works Department and the Department of Community Development. I will entertain a motion to continue the public hearing to the April 14th meeting to accommodate further public hearing and executive session. Item 15B, AR 2015-87, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding renewal of package store liquor license number 3556 for TM Enterprises doing business as Spirits of Alaska, located at 1149 Gamble Street. We've had a request from the applicant, TM Enterprises, to postpone this item. I'll entertain a motion to postpone this item until April 14th. But if anyone here that cannot testify to public hearing on April 14th, you can testify tonight during the public participation. That's all I've got for you on updates. I know it looks like a big meeting. When we take a look at this, it's not going to go till late, I think. Who knows? The other thing is, reference the mayor's comments a minute ago. If you look carefully at that document that was introduced, had we approved it, Section 4 would have never brought this back to the Assembly, ever. And it said Section 2, due to overwhelming public comments, the desire was there to have this done. I don't know. I haven't heard from anybody that wants to sell it. So just as a matter of item, we needed to postpone this item to give this Assembly time to look at this document. So,
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
Just a quick response. One thing that would obviously come back to the Assembly is if there was any intent by the administration to actually propose a sale, which we're not even proposing at this stage, all we're doing is evaluating, it absolutely would have come back to the Assembly with public hearings about whether or not the utility should be sold or not. So a resolution virtually never has a public hearing, but any proposal by us to move forward a sale would absolutely engender a public hearing and certainly the full Assembly deliberation.
I appreciate that, and that's why Mr. Steele has a good document. I'm looking forward to approving that as a body on how we're going to deal with this process. Okay, we're now down to committee reports. Ms. Johnston, ma'am?
Our next Title 21 committee will be, I think it's 11:30 on April 7th. And we'll be having a presentation by the Widener Group, and they'll discuss their challenges and their successes as far as multi-residential housing.
Are they going to talk about the new complex they're planning on putting in on the old Seward Highway near Tudor?
Yes, they're going to tell us where they're at and if they're able to do it yet.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report this evening.
Ms. Dabowski, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening, ma'am. I've seen you since last night.
That's right. I've been a little busy, but we have been hanging out in the same circles. Mr. Chair, first thing, tonight we are going to hopefully finish the Eberhardt matter. Assembly Council has refreshed members. She should have, I think she passed out everybody's previous disclosures. I'll check with Special Counsel Levesque when he gets here, but my understanding is you should be looking at these to see if there's anything that you need to augment. I don't think we have to go back through all the disclosures, but I will verify that with Special Counsel. But during the dinner break, if you could just kind of refresh yourself, and if anything's happened since then, we just need to make sure to put it on the record. And the other thing, I hate to annoy you with, but I have talked to Assembly Counsel, and Mr. Chairman, though your power is wide and great, I do have to go to the Ethics Board to get a blanket ability not to disclose my AFD relationship.
And go ahead.
All right, here we go. Mr. Chairman, as you and the body and the public are aware, I am married to an Anchorage firefighter. Tonight we have several items relating to the fire department. I'll just put on the record, I don't think I have a conflict, but I do want to point out each of the items in case there's something you want to rule on. Item 9 Delta 3, there's the purchase by AFD of some Hearst equipment. Item 9 Delta 6, refurbishment of water rescue rig. Now, I do have to tell you, my husband's on the Swiftwater team, and I don't know which boat this is, if it's the one in Eagle River, if it's the one in town, but he is an Anchorage firefighter, and he is on the Swiftwater team. Item 14G, it's regarding rebuilds of Station 3 and 9. Item 9 Bravo 22, regarding E911 surcharge revenue to AFD. And then, Mr. Chair, there is an informational memo regarding the collective bargaining, which I have been excluded from participation on that item. However, it is just an informational memo, so there's no action. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I make the disclosures so you and the body can rule on any potential conflicts.
Ma'am, Mr. Ruling, the Chair, you don't have a conflict of interest on these. Now, if it's something dealing with the budget contract or his contract for the union, then I might feel differently. But these are just items. It's de minimis.
I know, and see, I just believe in full disclosure. But, Mr. Chair, for future reference, I am going to make an appointment with the Board of Ethics to see if they can give me a yearly blanket disclosure, as long as they're not items directly relating to his
Let me
contract.
know when they have that, because I want to attend it and listen to their discussion.
That'd be great.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull a Domboski. There are several items related to the potential sale of solid waste services collection utility on the agenda tonight. My wife represents a company called Waste Connections. They are the current owner of Alaska Waste, and it's somewhat prospective in nature, but I cannot imagine a scenario in which the municipality issues an RFP for the sale of that utility and they are not one of the bidders. In previous assembly deliberations on issues where my wife represented the entity in front of us, I have been excluded from participation based on that relationship. I give you the option of deciding whether to exclude me now in anticipation of that bid or wait until they actually do it. But one way or the other, I don't see any feasible way that I'll be able to participate.
I don't think you will be either.
So that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have one thing, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. I apologize. I just also, as a point of personal privilege, wanted to wish Mr. Wheeler the best of luck in his application to the Superior Court.
I didn't know that was made public yet, but Mr. Wheeler, I noticed a new haircut, the new do. Was that part of the process, sir? Congratulations, Dennis, on putting in
Just coincidence, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Budget and Finance Committee met on March 19th, and during that meeting, the Chief Financial Officer provided us with a status report on the 2014 budget. The Municipal Treasurer presented a report on the revenues, and the OMB Director and Assistant Controller presented on the overall 2014 budget. The Treasurer reported that we have a positive within the revenue account in the amount of $3.1 million, and this was due to ambulance fee increase, tourism up by 9%, and rental vehicles up by 10%. The Treasurer also reported that the city's case regarding the tobacco tax fraud was favorable with the city, and the city has been awarded $1.2 million, and we have to have more conversation as far as if and when we're going to get that money, according to the Treasurer. The OMB Director also reported that in addition to the increase in revenues, they also anticipate anywhere from a $4 to $6 million surplus, which is money left over from departments. That's also anticipated, and maybe more than what I just said. The Anchorage School District CFO and the Budget Director, they provided the Budget and Finance Committee with a financial summary of the district's proposed 2015-2016 budget. The committee also reviewed a proposed resolution to encourage the state to allow municipalities to implement a payment in lieu of tax option for nonprofits, and also require nonprofits to meet federal requirements in order to qualify for property tax exemptions. And that request was made through a report given to us by the Budget Advisory Commission. The committee heard from a representative of the Foraker Group who spoke on behalf of nonprofits, and then the committee unanimously agreed to postpone introduction of that resolution and simply invite the nonprofits to the table so that we can all have further discussion and decide whether or not we want to bring that resolution forward to the state legislature at a later date. The committee also is going to review the property tax exemption for sprinkler systems. And our next meeting is April 16th from 12 to 1 in the Mayor's Conference Room. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd also like to report on my attendance at the National League of Cities Conference in Washington, D.C., March 6th through 11th. I had the pleasure of attending this great conference. It was absolutely one of the best. I attended the National League of City Board meeting because I serve on the board, and also the Finance and Investment Advisory Committee meetings. President Obama was the speaker for our opening session, and he gave an absolutely great presentation. He advised the 2,300 mayors, council members, and other in attendance that his budget has a transportation plan that includes a $40 million increase in funds, and it will last for 6 years. The President also advised the attendees of other initiatives that he has put in place, and I can tell you that will be working on one of them with the help from my social work student. What that is going to be, I'll announce it at a later date. We also have the pleasure of hearing from several cabinet members, including Thomas Perez, U.S. Secretary of Labor, Sally Jewell, Department of the Interior, Julian Castro, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and Jerry Abramson, the Deputy Assistant to the President and Director of Intergovernmental Affairs. I also had the privilege of going to the Hill with 2 council members from Kodiak and my student. We met with Senator Sullivan and staff of Senator Murkowski and Representative Young's offices. We talked first about National League of Cities priorities, which match the priorities of local governments. One of them is maintaining tax-free bonds, and the other is providing for a transportation bill that lasts more than just a few months. We also encourage support for Congressman Young's bill that will allow the municipality of Anchorage to purchase federal land in Midtown for a transit center and at fair market value. The National League of Cities celebrated last year 90 years of its existence. Anchorage has been a member for over 55 years, and Barrow recently joined. This organization is doing really well with its implementation of its strategic plan and the plan's 5 goals, and it's in great financial shape. I sent a copy of the National League of Cities 2014 financial report to my colleagues, and I hope that you had a chance to at least look at it a bit. And thank you for the opportunity to give this extensive report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Evans, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Ad hoc Committee on Chronic Inebriates met earlier this month. The focus of the meeting was on Title 47, which is the statute that allows for involuntary commitment of persons suffering from substance abuse. It was a very informative discussion. Our next meeting is April 2nd at 11:30 in room 830 in City Hall. The focus of that meeting will be on the Fairview District. We have speakers from the Fairview Community Council, from the Police Department, and from the Law Department to talk about the recent efforts that have been going on to try to get control of some of the problems occurring in Fairview and what steps can be taken in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of items. One is we do have an AMATS committee coming up March 26th, 1:30 to 3:30 in the Mayor's Conference Room, I believe. And the Enterprise Committee, as you heard from the Mayor, we have a work session. It's a work session of the whole, but it's going to count as it's using the enterprise time frame to kind of see what the contractor comes up with on the sellability or the financial condition of solid waste services. We're talking now only about the collection system. So,
Mr. Steele, what's the cost in the contract?
I think the original contract was something like $8,000, and there was an addendum or a change to it. It's $47,000.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, sir.
Yeah, from audit, we got a recent update, a weekly update from our auditors, BDO. The CAFR reports and the single audit functions are well underway, and we should see some management comments and some tendering drafts on schedule as late as early May, mid-May, and then obviously our reports will be accepted sometime in June. So good news there that the audits and the financials are coming together. There's a SAP committee audit of the whole, the summary from our consultant on the SAP and implementation strategies this Thursday from 11:30 to 12. So I encourage all the members, if they can make it at City Hall this Thursday from 11:30 to 12.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Honeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That have been they've been dealing with for the police department for the first quarter since the beginning of the year, as we all know, have been an increase, a spike in violent crime. So I believe the members present were very supportive of increasing our staffing at the Anchorage Police Department, of course, directing primarily trying to at this point address violent crimes and then going forward in community policing efforts to try to be preventative and proactive rather than reactive if at all possible. And we all recognize that staffing is at the heart of the matter. And secondly, on the Transportation Network Committees, we heard from Representative Uber, representatives of the permit owners, and several members of the public for public participation. Pretty overwhelming that members who operate in the community in the for-hire vehicles believe that the regulations seem to work under Title 11 with changes in the last couple of years. Certainly understandable that things may need to be changed and updated more regularly than has been in the past, but that everyone should work within the rules and framework of the regulations. Certainly, the recommendation of the body, president and members present, were that we go forward with exploring more options and more considerations, recognizing that TNCs, not just Uber but other transportation network companies, may be interested in moving into our market as they have around the United States. So. We certainly are not against commerce, new business structure, but we believe that we should have a fair and equitable table for everybody to operate under, and I believe that was heard fairly well ordinarily across the board, with some members, of course, having their own beliefs, fundamental philosophical beliefs, and I certainly have my own. Good meeting, and we will meet again. It looks like Wednesday the 15th of April, which is tax day, of course, at the Lusac Library. Likely in the conference room there on the first floor for the Public Safety Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hall, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two meetings coming up tomorrow at noon in City Hall. We'll have a meeting of the Ethics and Elections Committee, and on Thursday, City Hall, noon, we'll have a meeting of the Marijuana Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Next item of business, I need a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda. And a second, if we could. Okay, we've got Jennifer. Is that correct? Okay. Good. Let me go over the addendum agenda with you. Item 9A5, Resolution Air 2015-111, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly thanking Jack Wright Real Estate, the Alaska Salvation Army, Friends of Alaska, PLYI, for their support and partnership with Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute. PLYI, and recognizing the 2015 Alaska Points of Light graduates from the Assembly members. And resolution for action, item 9B22, Resolution Air 2015-109, resolution appropriating not to exceed $36,240 of E911 service charge revenue to Alaska Fire Department, to the E911 surcharge fund, 211 for the 2015 E911 operational cost, Office of Management and Budget. There is a 9B22A, a memorandum along with it, AM 191 2015. Under bid awards, item 9C4, a memorandum, AM 193 2015, recommendation of award to Earnhardt Roofing Company for the 2014 Merrill Field Orchid Street roof improvements. For the municipality of Anchorage, Merrill Field Airport, ITB 2015 C014 for $749,000 to purchasing department. Item 9, under new business, item 9D11, a same memorandum, AM 194 2015, property purchase with Hewlett Packard for Perlant Services for the municipality of Anchorage Information Technology Department, $138,876.16 for the purchasing department. Item 9D12, a same memorandum, AM 195 2015, contract amendment number 7 to contract 28 ITD 065 with Alaska Communications System, CSA, to provide telecommunications services for the municipality of Anchorage Information Technology Department, $1,332,623 from the purchasing department. Item 9D13, a same memorandum, AM 196 2015, contract amendment number 4 to contract 2011 TD 061 with GCI Communications, GCI, to provide mobile communications services for the municipality of Anchorage Information Technology Department, ITD $225,000 from purchasing department. Item 9D14 is same memorandum, AM 197 2015, amendment number 2 with Oxford Global Resources Inc. to provide additional senior level project manager PM support for the ongoing EFP implementation of SAP software for the municipality of Anchorage Information Technology Department, $140,000. Item 9D15 is same memorandum, AM 198 2015, purchase order for interim payments of rent on real properties to the Alaska Railroad Corporation, AARC, for the municipality of Anchorage, Municipal Light and Power, MLNP, $67,961.04, purchasing department. Item 9D16, a same memorandum, AM 199 2015, recommendation of award to Kaufman Engineering Incorporated, Kaufman, to provide plant engineering services on an as-needed basis for the municipality of Anchorage, Municipal Light and Power, Utility MLNP, RFP 2014 P045, $1 million, purchasing department. Under information and reports, there's a 9E9, information memorandum, AIM 35-2015, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility action items related to internal audit report, AIM 130-2014. On the back side, item 9F15, under resolutions, ordinance for introduction. Resolution Air 2015-110, a resolution appropriating area-wide general government fund 101 fund balance in the amount of not to exceed $8,000 to the Health and Human Services Department, and in the amount of not to exceed $400,000 to the Anchorage Fire Department, all within the area-wide general government fund 101, commensurate with the 2014 expenditures, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing request on that is 4/14/2015. There is a 9F15A in there, the same memorandum, AM 192-2015. Item 9F16, Resolution Air 2015-112, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage accepting and appropriating $125,000 of a federal USGS 3D elevation program grant to the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. Public hearing requested on 4/14/2015. There is an item 9F16A, a same memorandum, AM 2001-215. Item 9F17, Assembly Memorandum AM 2000, Assembly Memorandum 200-2015, Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors appointment, Matthew Henry, from the Mayor's Office, public comment, 4/14/2015. Item 9F18, Resolution Air 2015-113, a resolution approving collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, APDEA, Employee Relations Department, public hearing on 4/28/2015. There's also a 9F18A, Assembly Memorandum AM 202/2015. A couple notes on here. The chair will entertain a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 11C, Ordinance CO 2014-101S, after item 13A, Ordinance number 2014-147. Another clerk's note under the chair of the Assembly will entertain a motion to continue public hearing on item 14L 2015-29 to the April 14th Assembly meeting. Any ask unanimous on including that into the agenda? Any opposition? Then I'll get on to the done. Mr. Honeman, we need you to vote on that. No, you just need a yes or no, sir. Yes. Thank you. I'm now going to go on to those items that are laid on the table. Yes, I'm going to motion on that. Need them. We had unanimous consent on the addendum to the agenda. Now, these are laid on the table items for this meeting. Thank you. Ask unanimous. Okay. Item 9, this is laid on the table items. Item 9B23, under resolutions for action, other. Resolution 2015-114, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly for consideration relating to House Bill 9 of the 29th Legislature, first session, on the licensing and regulation of private investigators, from Assembly Chairman Trainee and Assembly Vice Chair Greg Jackson. Item 9B24, resolution 2015-115, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting House Bill 147 of the 29th Alaska State Legislature, first session, relating to the protection, release, and custody of pets, including provisions for court-ordered reimbursement to state and federal governments for the cost of care of animals, cost of care after animals are lawfully seized due to negligent or cruelty, due to consideration by the Court of Divorce and Marriage Dissolutions, Adjudications, and allowing domestic violence protective orders to address the safety and temporary care of animals owned by the victim. From Assembly Member Peterson and Assembly Chair Trainee. Item 9B25, Resolution 2015-116, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to confirm scheduling a public hearing before the Assembly on the exercise of waiver of protest regarding renewal of package store license 35-56 to April 14th, 2015, at the request of licensee T&M Enterprises through the President Bridget Thompson, from Assembly Members Chair Trainee, Assembly Member Flynn, and Assembly Member Honeman. Item 14, new public hearing items. Item 14K2, Information Memorandum AAM 36, 2015, summary of a master lease program and plan of finance for SAP from the Finance Department, Finance and Investments. Item 14K3, Resolution 2015-70S, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving a master tax-exempt lease purchase agreement and loan, appropriating an amount not to exceed $8,400,000 from the proceeds of said loan to the Information Technology Fund 607, and the appropriation of said funds to the Information Technology Capital Improvement Program CIP Fund 608 for the continued implementation of a financial and human resource enterprise resource planning system SAP in the Information Technology Department from the Finance Department. And there's also item 14K4, the same memorandum, AM 146, 2015A. There's nothing else I know that we need added to that. We get unanimous consent on accepting that, Mr. Flynn. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr.
On the
Chair.
addendum.
Yeah,
Do you want to?
I do wish to speak to those two of the items that you just added on the later table items, specifically 9 Bravo 23 and 9 Bravo 24.
Well, why don't we just, sir, if you don't mind, let's go ahead and get that approved, and then I'm going to go around for everybody to pull what they want to discuss. Do you want to do it before we do that? It's up to you, Mr. Flynn.
I just want to speak to the procedural aspect of it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, sir.
We have tried to make a practice of not specifically referencing legislative numbers. As Mr. Peterson can tell us, a piece of legislation introduced today can look very different 3 weeks from now in Juneau, and these unfortunately do not follow that practice, and I don't know if the sponsors of these two items wish to address that now or some other process, but I personally would be reticent to support them in their current form. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop and we can see what happens when we get to the pulling of items.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the inclusion of the items that I've got laid on the table? Ask unanimous consent, Mr. Honeman? Yes. Okay, there's no objection. Now we're down to the consent agenda as modified. I need a motion on the consent agenda. And then a second, and then I'll go through. Second. Okay. Who was the one that moved it? Okay. Let's start on this end, and I'll work my way down to Mr. Flynn.
9D7 and 9D14.
9B7?
D as in dog.
9D7? I'm sorry, getting older. It was 9D7.
Delta 7 and
Was that the only one you pulled, 9 to Delta 7?
and Delta 14.
No items to pull, Mr. Chairman.
Are you ready for me, Mr. Chair?
Only if you're going to keep us busy tonight.
Oh, you betcha.
Don't you have a debate somewhere you've got to be at tonight?
Mr. Chairman, my service to the public is first and foremost.
Okay.
All right, my first item is 9 Alpha 2, 9 Bravo 12,
Hold on. 9 Alpha 2.
9 Bravo 12,
Okay.
9 Bravo 23,
Okay.
9 Bravo 24.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Flynn, sir. There's nothing left for you to pull. She got you. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull 9 Apple 5.
That's on the addendum to the agenda.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull on the regular agenda 9 Apple 3, 9 Apple 4. I'd also like to pull 9C1, Cat 1. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for pulling 9 Delta 7. I'd also like to pull 9 Elephant 6. And that should do it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Evans.
Just 9 Alpha 1.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Steele, sir.
Nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Starr, sir.
No items.
Mr. Honeman. Do you want? Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Hall, sir.
No items.
Is there anything else the administration wants to pull? Mr. Mayor, is there anything you want to pull? Okay. Okay, the items we've got pulled now are 9A1, 9A2, 9A3, 9A4. I know you've pulled 5. I'm not there yet. On page 3, 9B5, 9B12, page 5, 9C1, 9D7, on page 6, 9E6, and then on the addendum to the agenda, 9A5, 9D14, then laid on the table items, 9B23, 9B24. Is that all, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. When you asked that question, I was looking at another page on the agenda, but 9F11 to change the public hearing date if we could.
Please vote then. Mr. Hodeman? Yes. Thank you, sir. Those items were pulled. Those items that were pulled will be for further discussion, but everything else was approved by the body. So now we're going to go back. The first item that was pulled is 9A1. Mr. Evans, sir?
Move to approve.
Ask unanimous. Seeing no objection, Madam Clerk, of the minutes reflect that was unanimously approved. Mr. Evans, sir.
Sure. Do we have anybody?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Down here.
All right.
I'm presenting.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating March 27th each year as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day. Whereas on March 27th, 1964, a 9.2 magnitude earthquake struck without warning and lasting over 4 minutes came to be known as the Good Friday earthquake, which rocked a 50,000 square mile area of south central Alaska. And whereas the Good Friday earthquake was the largest earthquake ever recorded in Alaska and the United States, creating great anguish for many residents of Alaska who were directly involved, and countless relatives, friends, and other loved ones in the lower 48 whose despair was not knowing the fate of their loved ones in Alaska. And whereas the Good Friday earthquake caused a tragic loss of life, remarkable devastation to the municipality of Anchorage, leveling entire communities and endangering thousands of Alaskans. And whereas, following the earthquake, thousands of Alaskans from all walks of life became first responders, including firefighters, police officers, Alaska State Troopers, members of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Alaska Army National Guard, the Alaska Air National Guard, medics, doctors, nurses, municipal workers, ham radio operators, and many other emergency professionals selflessly served the state and their fellow Alaskans when they were needed most. And whereas citizens immediately displayed their resiliency, determination, and selflessness and began the process of rebuilding devastated communities and their lives, all while sacrificing to make life better for the generations that would follow. And whereas, because of the human cost and selfless sacrifice of the past, Anchorage today is a modern city of over 300,000 people with high-rise buildings, residential developments, an international airport, ocean port, a joint military base, hospitals, universities, sports facilities, fine arts centers, and utility and transportation infrastructures. And whereas we have learned from the past and now maintain a high level of awareness and preparedness, a catastrophic quake can strike unannounced at any moment, and being ready, knowing it's an if, not when. Be it resolved that the municipality of Anchorage remembers, recognizes, and honors the hard work and exemplary sacrifice of the thousands of military and National Guard members, first responders, and citizens from all walks of life who came to the aid of countless Alaskans in the aftermath of the Good Friday earthquake. And now, therefore, The Anchorage Municipal Assembly designates March 27th each year as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 24th day of March 2015.
Mr. Chairman, I'm privileged to accept this legislation that honors and memorializes thousands of Alaskans who endured the most tragic event in state history. It's been 51 years, but tonight, Anchorage, the City of Lights, shines brightly across the Great Land. By this legislation has forever earned a special place within municipality and Alaska state history. In respect to this, I recognize the following: Mayor Dan Sullivan for his compassion and courage, commitment, all Assembly members for their courage and dedication, Assembly Chair Dick Trainey, who cared enough to sponsor the legislation, and finally other municipal officials and many support staff, too numerous to mention, but should also be commended for their efforts in doing this. My part was nothing more to lend a voice to those who no longer have a voice and to be the messenger for those generations of the past, that they may take their rightful place in recorded history. And always remember the loss of the flight crew from the Alaska Air National Guard, who were my inspiration, and remembering the ones that paid the ultimate. As written, this legislation honors thousands of Alaskans, including hundreds of Air and Army and Guard members, who together form the largest humanitarian relief contingent in state history. Their sacrifice, spirit, dreams, and aspirations live on. That is their legacy to us. The Good Friday earthquake, tsunamis, and landslides, deadly and destructive as they were, is not the main focus of this event. The cornerstone of this day remains the people of the past. Those are the giants whose shoulders we stand upon today. That is something we should never forget, never take for granted, and always remember. Much was learned from the Good Friday earthquake. The forces of nature are constantly putting us in the crosshairs of danger. Our responsibility now is to pursue the level of preparedness that will help mitigate collateral damage against all future catastrophes. In closing, I have others to thank. God for allowing me time to complete the journey that began so long ago, my wife and family, who sustained me with limitless love and understanding. Catholic Archbishop Roger Schweitz, representing the Archdiocese of Anchorage, Alaska, for his decision to toll the bells in memorial each March 27th. And now also joined by Orthodox Bishop of Alaska, David Mahaffey, who has also agreed to similar statewide tolling of the bells on each March 27th into perpetuity. Alaska Air National Guard Command Chief Steve Calvin, who was here earlier this evening, for providing the color guard and for 30 years of service to the citizens of the state of Alaska and to his nation. And finally, my gratitude to the color guard that brought honor to this legislative proceeding and for reminding us that we truly do live in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Honorable Mayor Sullivan, Assembly members, this concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any comments from Assembly members? Mr. Honeman.
Just as a young child living in Anchorage on that Good Friday 1964, I do want to acknowledge, of course, pretty scary time, and just remember our community, remember it, be prepared, be aware, because again, the yes not when. And thank all members of the military and National Guard, community members for getting us through that time. And Sue and I were very not have any losses in that regard, but I know the show will be good, so I thank you for the resolution.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor has something for you, sir. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you very much. I want to thank and you didn't give your name for the record, so if you would let the clerk.
My name is Chuck Palanti, former Alaska Air National Guard, 1964.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck. I also have a mayoral proclamation. Chuck has done a yeoman's job in making sure that both the legislature and the local government recognize this event in perpetuity, and so I've got a proclamation for you too, sir. I'd like to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, could we get a picture of you, Mr. Mayor? Could we get a picture of you with him, sir? Our clerk will take a picture. We want to get on the web page. Thank you. You're right. It's not a matter if we're going to have another one. It's just when. Because we're in the crosshairs here. When you look at the geography of where we're at, we're going to get one. It's just a matter of when it hits. Let's hope it doesn't do it for a long time. Next item in front is 9A2. Ms. Dombrowski pulled that. It's resolution 2015-102.
Move to approve.
Second. Go ahead, ma'am.
Is there someone here from AmeriCorps?
Mr. Holdeman?
I'm sorry?
Just a yes would be nice, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Dombrowski. Go ahead, ma'am.
Is there a representative from AmeriCorps here today? Come on down. Don't be shy. All right, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2015 as AmeriCorps Service Month and acknowledges the dedication and commitment of AmeriCorps members, alumni, and community partners. Whereas, since AmeriCorps was founded in 1994, more than 2,750 Alaska AmeriCorps members served more than 5 million hours and qualified for the Segal AmeriCorps Education Awards totaling more than $450,000. Whereas last year in Alaska, more than 150 AmeriCorps members of various ages and backgrounds helped to meet local needs in more than 33 communities in Alaska by tutoring or mentoring children and youth, supporting veterans and military families, restoring the environment, supporting nonprofit missions and local needs. Whereas in exchange for their service, AmeriCorps members earn valuable work skills, money for higher education, and develop an appreciation for citizenship that strengthens the lives of their families, communities, as well as strengthens our state and city. Whereas in the municipality of Anchorage, AmeriCorps members served more than 60,000 hours and helped 357 Alaskans who dropped out of high school receive their GED or high school diplomas. And another 1,600 community members served by these AmeriCorps members receive job readiness training that strengthens the families and reduces school dropout rates. Whereas AmeriCorps Month, celebrated each year in March, is an opportunity to recognize the dedication and commitment of AmeriCorps members, AmeriCorps alumni, and their community partners, and serves to reinforce social responsibility, compassion, and tolerance as critical values for building a better community. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognizes March 2015 as AmeriCorps Service Month in the municipality of Anchorage and acknowledges the dedication and commitment of AmeriCorps members, alumni, and community partners. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Municipal Assembly this 24th day of March 2015.
Thank you. We just wanted to introduce ourselves. My name is Betsy Qualls. I work with Catholic Social Services with the Refugee Program.
Thank you. My name is Nadia. I'm a second-year AmeriCorps member serving at Campfire, Alaska.
Hi, my name is Darla Hain, and it says I'm supposed to spell my last name. My last name is spelled H-A-N-E. We did not realize we were supposed to have a speech for tonight, but we're AmeriCorps and we get things done. So I just want to say thank you to the Assembly members and to Mr. Mayor. It is an absolute privilege to serve in the city of Anchorage, and working with you, you may not realize that we work with you on a regular basis, but we do, and it's been an absolute honor and a privilege. There are many other AmeriCorps that couldn't be here tonight because they are busy serving in more than 33 communities throughout the city of Alaska. So if you see an AmeriCorps member in your community, just say thank you and also give them a free meal. We like that. So thank you for your time and thank you for the honor. It's very much appreciated.
Ms. Dombrowski has a comment. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say to everyone associated with AmeriCorps, those that support AmeriCorps, those that volunteer for AmeriCorps, you know, community service and volunteering really is the heartbeat of our community. I have such a passion for it, and when I see people that have accomplished the things that AmeriCorps has, it's incredible. And we just truly thank you for everything you do for our community. It makes us all better. Thank you.
Next item of business is item 9A3, Resolution 2015-103. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not be introducing this resolution because it will be brought back at a later date. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Next one is yours, 9A4, Resolution 2015-104.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not be introducing this resolution this evening because it will be brought back at a later date. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item in business in front of us is item 9A5 on the addendum to the agenda.
Move to approve.
Ms. Gray Jackson, that is Resolution 2015-111. The motion was to approve?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
And, Mr. Chairman?
That's unanimous consent, so no objection. Item is approved.
We were asked to wait until 6, and it's 6, and I think everybody's here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be reading.
Go ahead.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly thanking Jack White Real Estate, the Alaska Salvation Army, and Friends of the Alaska PLYI for their support and partnership with the Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, PLYI, and recognizing the 2015 Alaska Points of Light graduates. Whereas the Center for Creative Leadership created the Points of Light Youth Leadership curriculum in 1996 to encourage and train young Americans to get actively involved in their community. And whereas since the first Alaska PYLI Institute held in 1998, more than 850 Alaskan students from across the state have graduated from the Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute. And whereas one of the goals of Alaska PYLI is to train diverse middle-level and high school students in creative community leadership to serve others and make a positive difference in their school community and better the world for all. And whereas the 18th Annual Alaska Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute was sponsored by Jack White Real Estate with partners the Alaska Salvation Army, UAA Tree.io, Stellar Be the Change, Jewel Lake Tasty Freeze, YWCA Alaska, Anchorage Elks Lodge, and area schools, and conducted over spring break, March 9th through the 14th, 2014, at the Salvation Army Anchorage Core Community Center. Whereas an outstanding community panel, including Rich Owens, owner of Tasty Freeze, Dr. Andre Thorne, Director, UAA Multicultural Center, Elise Buchholz, Director, Jack White Real Estate Business Development, and Natasha Kadenova, Office of Mayor Sullivan, Amanda Kukish, UAA Alcohol, Drug and Wellness Educator, and Tara Devlin, 2002 Alaska PYLI grad from the ASD and recent fellowship winner for New York City Schools Masters in Education Program, participated in the program as well as 4 UAA student leader mentors and 5 Alaska PYLI graduate assistants, including Shante Koch 10 UAA, Diana Reyes UAA, Eva Uluki Viola, and I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly, UAA, Bryn Mercy Wagner, UAA, Samantha Marie Anaruk, East Anchorage High School, Jalisa Baez, East Anchorage High School, Miranda Yvonne, West Anchorage High School, Ulias Khalib Reed, West Anchorage High School, Kobe Scott, Diamond High School. Whereas 44 outstanding youth leaders in volunteer service participated in the 40-hour community leadership training that included 5 days of skill development and instruction in self and community assessment, team communication, diversity, goal setting, project planning, decision-making, and service learning activities, including performing an individual Anchorage Centennial Service Project by July 31st, 2015. And these participants were honored as Alaska's 2015 Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute graduates. Again, I apologize if I am not pronouncing your name correctly. Here goes. Elaine Bankston, Barrow High School. Talihaina Bennett, Stellar Secondary School.
Madam Gray Jackson, not to interrupt you, but I think we agreed not to introduce or read all the names.
I want to do it anyway.
Oh, you do?
No. If I'm not, if I don't need to do it, I'm happy not to do it. But if you'd like for me to do it, I would be honored.
I think it'd be difficult to pronounce so many of those names that we have a half a dozen of them here that could introduce their names and say a few words.
Okay.
Whatever is
All right.
trying to make it easier for you.
I don't think it's difficult. Let me read the names. Thank you. Okay. Josh Kalimot, East Anchorage High School. Evangeline Cox, Nikiski Middle High School. Marguerite Cox, Nikiski Middle High School. Jessica Ramirez Diaz, West Anchorage High School. Allison Fritas, Mead River School. Tony Lynn Gilliam, East Anchorage High School. Gabby Giesler, East Anchorage High School. Devontae Graham, West Anchorage High School. Connor Grimes, Barrow High School. Kurt Gunderson, Mead River School. Shura Her, East Anchorage High School. Lou Her, Bartlett High School. Tua Her, Bartlett High School. Gavin Hill, West Anchorage High School. Jonathan Hobson, Barrow High School. Jessica Husa, Diamond High School. Summer Coons, West Anchorage High School. Tijuana Lecato, Clark Middle School. Annie Lee, Bartlett High School. Mai Hai Lee, East Anchorage High School. Amy Lowe, East Anchorage High School. Kang Hua Lor, Bartlett High School. Elora Kari, East Anchorage High School. Michaela Mader, Bartlett High School. Angela Manise, East Anchorage High School. Ernestine Dorr, Bartlett High School. Kevin Nikovana, Alac High School. Keanu Oliva, Bartlett High School. Hajarje Ovasi, Roman High School. Alina Smith, Bartlett High School. Pa Ying Tao, East Clark Middle School. 12 Tao, East Anchorage High School. Ying Tao, East Anchorage High School. Lucero Walker, West Anchorage High School. John Warren, West Anchorage High School. Jasmine Woods, East Anchorage High School. April Yang, East Anchorage High School. Nicole Young, East Anchorage High School. Caroline Yang, Bartlett High School. And Peng Yang, Bartlett High School. Da-da. Whereas the Anchorage Municipal Assembly joins in celebrating these distinguished Anchorage students who demonstrate an unwavering dedication to improving the quality of life for all residents and serve as harbingers of a bright future within the municipality of Anchorage. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly congratulates the graduates of Alaska's 2015 Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute and applauds Jack White Real Estate, Alaska Salvation Army, UAA Tri-IO program, and all Friends of Alaska PYLI for their support of Anchorage youth leadership and student volunteerism, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 24th day of March 2015. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to recognize the chair and the mayor and the assembly. My name is Bo Bassett, and for our 18th year, we had the second largest Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute ever held in the United States, and we're privileged to have this evening half a dozen students that attended. What made this special was the great partnership between Jack White, Salvation Army, University of Alaska TRIO Educational Talent Search Program, and their leadership programs. Tonight we have one of the University of Alaska Leadership Fellows with us that attended the entire institute. The commitment was 5 days, a total of 42 and a half hours for spring break, and this is all volunteer, getting up, paying attention. It's a college level and graduate level leadership training based on character development, based on citizenship development, and creative leadership. It could not have been done without the partners and the quality partners. I want to thank Anastasia and the mayor's office for connecting our 18th annual PYLI with the Anchorage Centennial. We had a great community panel, and tonight we have with us an alum, and I'm going to ask her to say a few words this evening, and she was on the community panel and attended PYLI 13 years ago. At this point, I want to introduce Naomi Louvier and Elise McColtz from Jack White. Say a few words, and then we'll have the students introduce themselves.
We've been supporting these kids for many years, and it's our pleasure to do that. I'm always pleasantly surprised to hear the stories and the things that these kids do for the community. It's very moving, and so we'll continue with our support, and we just need to give the kids a hand for the choices they're making.
Hi, my name is Tara Devlin, and I attended PYLI 13 years ago. I was an angsty teenager who used to come to assembly meetings and feel like I couldn't make a change. And when I went to that meeting for a week, I realized that I could. I just had to go out into my community to do it. And since then, I've started many small but big community projects. And I owe a lot to this program. So thanks, Bo, and thanks to all the kids who keep going.
My name's Gabby Giesler. I'm a senior at East, and this is my first year attending the PILI. And I just want to thank Bo for putting on a great leadership camp. It was definitely worth it, and I learned a lot and plan to employ my new skills into helping the community.
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm from East High School, and I'm a freshman. Mr. Bo has helped me to realize that our community is much bigger than what we expected, and that we can come out and make connections throughout our community. And I would like to thank him for that. So.
Hello, I'm Tiana Locato. I'm from Clark Middle School, an 8th grader, and I'm 13 years old. The experience that I have from this program is more than just leadership. It's more than just being able to understand the things in our community and what's going on around our community. It's about love and about respect and respecting each other the way people are. It doesn't matter if you're Caucasian, if you're African American, if you're Asian. It doesn't matter, because this is what America was all about. This is the diversity that we have here, and this is what held most valuable to us. And that's one of the things that he taught us, and for us to know that, we're even further ahead as being a leader. And being from this program, I have opened my eyes, opened my mind to more possibilities of not just focusing on to college, but going on to more career, focusing more on my career and what I want to be in life. And I recognize now that that's also a path of leadership. That's also a path that you have to risk to take as young as you are. And I've also known that the younger you are, the younger you start, the better it is for you to grow. The better that seed is going to be bigger to blossom. So I would like to conclude my speech by saying thank you, Bo. Thank you all for keeping this program thriving on. And I hope to see you guys again when I grow up in my own career, and that I will make a difference to this community. Thank you.
Pardon my attire, I forgot about coming today. My name is Shantae Kachutin, and I am a member of the UAA Leadership Fellows Program in the College of Business and Public Policy, and I attended PILI as a mentor and to also develop a relationship between the Leadership Fellows Program and PILI so that the members of the Leadership Fellows Program can start to mentor younger students and, kind of make a difference, start making a difference at a younger age. And I really enjoyed it. It was really incredible to see the leadership skills in all of those young students, especially with 2 of them coming from Clark Middle School. A lot of the students were, over the age of 15, and it was incredible to see them kind of but not be scared, really step up and show their, their skills. And I thank Bo for reaching out to me and giving me the opportunity to mentor some of these students.
Hi, my name is Taylana Bennett, and I applied. I went to the PILI, and I learned a lot of skills, and I look forward to applying them in my life. And I would also like to thank Bo for keeping this going.
That's all. Hi, my name is Tony Gillum.
I came to Pilot and I had some leadership skills already, but going to Pilot made me realize that there was never such thing as too much. There was never such thing as I've had enough. You can always learn more. And to see, yes, younger people in middle school there, it blew my mind, because when I remember when I was in middle school, I was a little told. I did not want to help the community at all, but now here I am, changed, and Pilot was a part of my life that did that. I would like to thank Mr. Bowe and the Jack White Real Estate and all of you guys for keeping this with us, and I would like to thank everybody that came, because you guys are not just strangers anymore. We need to look at the community as a family, not as people just with faces. Because for us to make the place a better place, we have to treat it like it's our home. Thank you.
Next item in front of us is on page 3. It's item 9B5, resolution 2015-79, a resolution of Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating $814 from short-term interest and $203 from unrealized gains and losses to Anchorage Metro Police SACIP Fund 451 for Legislative Police Department laser grant. Mr. Holman, you pulled that, sir.
Yes, I move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Are you in South Carolina? Where are you at, Mr. Holman?
Yes, for South Carolina, upstate, near Charlotte area, just a little farther south of there.
We're getting real good reception, Paul.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I just had a question. It's a fairly small amount. I'm not real clear as to the dollar amounts here. It doesn't look like it would be significant enough to make a substantial purchase for taser equipment. Is there matching funding here, or is there enough funding to procure the taser equipment for police officers? I just need to know. I know that we had used some funding, I believe, in the past through seizure forfeiture money. I didn't know if there was enough funding here. I mean, this doesn't seem like a large sum of money for a taser.
Good thing is the chief is here. Chief?
Mr. Honeman, through the chair. It's Mark. I think this is just closing out a legislative grant account. This is what was left in it, and we're applying it to some training and buying some extra cartridges.
Okay, yeah, I apologize, Chief, for not being there. I had a chance to ask you earlier, so no problem. I didn't know if we had. Are we on par, Chief, to have enough tasers for the department for staffing?
The chair, Mr. Honeman. The program is right now sitting at about somewhere between half to two-thirds of the officers. That was sort of the goal we set a few years back. We haven't reevaluated that, but at some time in the future we may take stock of it and reevaluate whether we think that we need more or whether that number seems to be serving our interest.
Yes. Thank you, Chief.
Any other comments from assembly members? If not, please vote. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
The item is approved by the body. Next item is 9B12, Resolution 2015-92, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding transfer of ownership of a package store liquor license 3991 for AK Incorporated doing businesses to Go Mart, number 73. Ms. Dombowski, you pulled that, ma'am.
Move to approve.
Moving to second, Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did confirm with the clerk's office, Jamie, today that there is a clerical error on page 2 of 2, which is 132 of our packet. I'd like to correct that, Mr. Chair. I move to amend line 12 to read, instead of the $11,000 amount, to read $10,104.55. If I can get a second.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yep, I just said it. We just need to fix that amount. On the front part, it's on page 1 of 2, it's correct. On page 2 of 2, it's not. So it should be $10,104.55.
Any unanimous consent from the body? Mr. Honeman? Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Okay. That's approved by the body, that amendment. Now let's get on the main motion, ma'am. We've got a motion to approve in front of us. Anything else you want to change?
No, sir.
Bring it up. Please vote. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead. That was approved by the body. Reflect Mr. Flynn's not here right now. That was approved. Next item in front of us is on the laid on the table items. It's item 9B23, Resolution 2015-114, Resolution of the Executive Assembly for consideration relating to House Bill 9, and this deals with the licensing and regulation of private investigators. Ms. Dombrowski, you pulled that, ma'am. Ms. Dombrowski.
Hey, in my packet of papers, there's a block somewhere, but I know what it says. Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman, my problem with this is twofold. Number one, it was laid on the table. Number two, the actual House bill was never given to the Assembly, so I find it poor process to approve something or say we support something that we haven't read. So therefore, for that, I know Mr. Flynn had other concerns, but for that, I will not be supporting this resolution.
You can talk about it if you want. Let me turn it over to the clerk for a second. I think she can respond to that, ma'am.
Ms. Dombrowski, I apologize that the House bill wasn't attached to it. I did check with Assembly Counsel Julia Tucker, who assisted us with this item, and I hope I'm not misstating this, but Ms. Tucker indicated that she thought that using the House bill in this item was appropriate given the fact that there's opposition to this House bill as drafted. I would like to request if we could delay this item and the clerk's staff will get a copy of the House bill to you. Currently, the clerk's office licenses private detectives. We believe that continuing to do so would be less costly and less bureaucratic for the private detectives who over 50% of them appear to be in Anchorage.
Ma'am? Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Just to follow up, I would appreciate that. I just am very uncomfortable saying I support something I've never read. So I would appreciate being able to have that provided to us.
I move that we continue this until April 14th.
Is there a second? Second. Ask unanimous consent. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
That was approved, Madam Clerk. That'll come back in front of us on the 14th of April. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Flynn, I didn't mean to miss you. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When it comes back to us, as I referenced in my earlier comments, I would appreciate an S version that deletes the reference to the specific bill number and to the concept of the legislation. That would be, I think, preferable, lest somehow House Bill 9 morph into something unrecognizable in its current form.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We appreciate your service. Madam Clerk, how long have we been licensing private investigators as a city?
Mr. Chair, we did some research and discovered that the city of Anchorage was licensing private detectives before consolidation of the borough and the city, so it's since before 1975.
Okay. Mr. Steele?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question is for those that know more than I do, which is pretty much everybody. But my concern is that the action here is to point out to the state that they may not want to do this, and is time of the essence as far as getting it done or getting that message to them. I'm seeing the shaking of a head. Pardon me? Okay. I just didn't want to risk it being approved and we have that problem.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. That'll come back on the 14th. Next item in front of us is 9D24, Ms. Dombrowski, that's Resolution 15-115.
Move to approve.
Ms. Dombrowski.
Same comments, Mr. Chairman. I have not read House Bill 147, nor was it provided to the Assembly. Therefore, I believe it's inappropriate for us to say we support something we haven't read.
Comments from Assembly members. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we would have provided that bill for you to read, but it's an 18-page bill, and we decided that that would be too much of an expense to print all those copies for all of us, to tell you the truth.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Peterson. Considering I was able to read 1,200 pages for our meeting tonight, I don't mind another 18. So I would be more than happy to postpone this to the next meeting so I could read it. If you don't mind, I really would appreciate it.
Ms. Johnston's about to give you your wish. Ms. Johnston, I think.
I just want to echo what Mr. Flynn's been saying as far as how we approach these type of issues with the legislature. And maybe if Mr. Peterson could write it in resolution form and write what you want to support about the bill, so that's a resolution in effect to the concept versus the bill itself, then we're not in the little doggy-do dish here.
So your motion
Mr. Chairman,
to
I move.
postpone this to the 14th of April?
My motion is to postpone this to the 14th of April.
Second.
Moved and seconded. And Mr. Honeman agrees. Ask unanimous consent. Thank you for leading us, Mr. Honeman. We appreciate it. Next item in front of us comes off the regular agenda. It's item 9D7, the same memorandum AM 176-2015, change number 3, with the Peloton Incorporated to provide support for the ongoing ERP.
Mr. Chairman, before
I think
we
Ms.
move
Johnston
forward,
pulled that.
right, Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Go ahead.
I think we skipped 9C1.
Did we really? Excuse me, you're right.
That's why I'm sitting next to you, Mr. Chairman.
Why didn't you just hit me?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I pulled this at the request of the administration, and I'd like to move to send this to the Bidding Review Board. If I can have a second.
Is there a second?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was a request of the administration. Ask unanimous consent. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection from the body? Not seeing any. That's approved. Bid Review Board. Now, Ms. Johnston, going back to you, item 9D7.
Move to approve. And just to clarify, with the administration, I noticed that on 14K we have an S version where we are going to be approving $1 million withdrawal from our tech fund, and I understand we have a burn rate. And will that cover this contract until we have this SAP retreat that you've been discussing?
Mr. Chairman, can I interrupt, please? And can I address Ms.
answer her
Johnson's
question.
Absolutely. First, I'd like to say that Mr. Cheney and I met with Ms. Guyard and Zig, our contractor, yesterday, and had a pretty lengthy conversation. And I was going to pull that item to Ms. Johnson for the purpose of changing the dollar amounts to match what is happening later on in the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Johnston?
And that's item 14K that you're discussing about that, or this D7?
D7.
So you're going to change the dollars amount, you're making a motion on this right now?
As soon as you're done, Ms. Johnson.
Okay, well, I go ahead.
Well, thank you, Ms.
I mean,
Johnson.
no, I just had questions.
Well,
In case you're catching it, ma'am.
Yeah.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you like me to move forward? Thank you. Okay, on line 23, I'd like to move to change $3,629,047 to read $500,000. And on line 24, I move to change $11,379.47 to read instead $7,250,000. Can I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Take a minute. Who's the second on that?
Peterson.
Mr. Chairman?
Just take a second to catch up with the computers.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, sir.
can I confirm the total amount on line 24 again?
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Ms. Gray Jackson? Mr. Chairman?
I gave my notes to the clerk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Guyard is making some noise over there. I think she may have something to say before I continue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Guyard.
Mr. Chairman, the number on line 24 would be $8,250,000. That's the contract price of $7,750,000 that you see on line 19, plus the additional $500,000 we're seeking permission for tonight on line 23. I apologize, Ms. Gray Jackson. She asked me earlier, and I didn't add the numbers correctly. So line 24 would be $8,250,000.
Mr. Chairman, may I continue?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Guyard. And there's also an amendment that needs to occur on line 33. We need to change $3,629,047 to $500,000. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston, you okay with that? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Mayor, any comments? I see you're lit up. That may have been Kate, but okay. Thank you. How's our computer doing? Right, motion to amend. Let's vote on the motion to amend.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. That is approved by the body unanimously. Now on the main motion in front of us. Ms. Johnston, you made the motion on the main motion in front of us. And that was seconded. Any other comments? Please vote. Mr. Honeman?
Yes. Yes.
That was approved 9-2. Next item in front of us is on the addendum to the agenda. It's item 9D14, a memorandum AM 197, 2015, amendment number 2 with Oxford Global Resources, Inc. to provide additional senior level project manager PM support for the ongoing ERP implementation of SAP software. Ms. Johnson, you pulled that, ma'am.
Move to approve.
Ms. Johnston.
And I have a feeling that that this does fit within the $1 million that we're withdrawing from the tech fund.
Through the chair, we certified that from existing funds.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on this item? If not, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. That was approved by the body. The vote was 10-1. Next item in front of us comes off of page 6. It's item 9E6, Information Memorandum AIM 30-215, Internal Audit Report 2015-01, Municipal Leases, Real Estate Department. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to accept. If I may, Mr. Chairman, can I ask the body if they've received a copy of this audit? Because I know that you and I didn't, and I got a copy of it today, and it was like 14 pages, but I just want to know if everybody else had the opportunity to see this audit?
I did.
You did? Okay. Well, maybe it's just Mr. Trainey and I.
It was on our email.
Today?
Today.
Right. Okay. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I polled it, and I had a conversation with the chair of the audit committee ahead of time and let him know what my concerns were, but it wasn't a pretty audit, frankly. But the reason why I'm not recommending that it go to the audit committee is because the response from the administration was very, very good. And they are moving things along and trying to make every single finding, they actually are improving every single finding, so I feel quite comfortable. But with that said, I would request that our auditor do a follow-up audit in a year. I guess that would be appropriate, a year, on this particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Please, no other comments, please vote. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Accepting it, yes. He's voting to accept it. Yeah, she's out of the room. I voted. I did. I really did. That was accepted by the body. Next item that's in front of us is item 9F11, Resolution Air 2015-82. And this was pulled for the date to be changed to the 28th of April. Do I get a motion on that?
Third.
Ask unanimous consent. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Say no objection. That item was set now for the 28th of April.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir?
you didn't really make a ruling on
I'm sorry. Which one?
9F6 and 9F7 as to whether, or sorry, 9F6 specifically, as to whether I'm excluded from consideration of those, of that item. That was the Solid Waste Services Collections Utility.
That's just for introduction, sir.
I understand that.
Okay.
I don't.
Tell me what was past practices relative to you and that, sir.
Well, as I said, my wife represents one of the likely bidders.
Okay.
She's represented other agencies before, or other companies before this body, and in previous instances, I've been excluded from participation.
I think we'll stay with that one, Mr. Flynn. Due to your marriage to your spouse, we're not going to put you in a position where you've got to. I think you've got a conflict on this, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, sir.
I know you don't do that. You don't do that willingly. None of us ever do, but it needs done. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. What? Yeah. No, we just did it. We did that. It was one incorporated. And that completes our consent agenda. Why don't we take our dinner break now? When we come back, then we'll get started on the rest of the
Mr. Chair?
Ma'am?
Since there are some appointments and they might be in the audience, you think we maybe should at least
Absolutely.
and do that first?
We can do that. Let's deal with that first, then we'll take our dinner break. We're now down to old business, unfinished action, public hearing items. This item 11A, a same memorandum, AM 104, 2015, Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeal Appointment, Kenneth W. Ayers. There's no previous action on this, so we'll need a motion on it. In discussion from assembly members. Please vote. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
That was approved unanimously. Is Mr. Ayers here? Okay. Not here. Okay, we're now going to take our dinner break. We should be back in about 10 minutes. Ma'am. The resolution here 2015-35, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, confirming levying assessments for the water special improvement within Levy Pond Connection, Lock Roll 14W3. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve line 26, which was bifurcated from the resolution on March 3rd. Can I get a second, please?
Moved and seconded. Anything else, ma'am?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please vote. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Item is approved by the body.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Can I have a Point of personal privilege.
Absolutely.
It has come to my attention, I don't know how, but that like the Anchorage Centennial, a couple of members of our leadership team are recently getting older. So the body has provided birthday cards for Chairman Trainee and Vice Chair Ray Jackson, and we wish you very
Why don't we
happy
trade so I get younger? You can look at mine and get older.
and
Why, thank you, Mr. Evans, and to the rest of our colleagues here. That was very thoughtful. Mine is April 8th, but thank you for, this is the first card I've received, so I'm truly honored. Thank you.
That's nice of you guys. Thank you. Please pass them a minute. You know, people might think you're serious out there. I know. Next item in front is item 11C. This is item 214-101S.
Move to change the other day to take it up as the next item in front of 13A.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Johnston?
I would like to amend that to take it up after 13B.
second.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Starr?
the primary document is the plan, which is 11C. The ancillary implementation tools and the changes to subsequent land use code are ancillary and secondary to the primary of the plan. So it's, again, my intention to look at moving the acceptance of the plan, as I notified the body last meeting, on 11C to postpone that till April 28th. So if we could have that debate and get that out of the way, then we'll know what we've got going. If that should, for some reason, not get delayed, then you're going to need to deal with 13A and 13B. So the logic is, if we could deal with the primary document, it seems to make sense. But I'm hoping to convince Ms. Johnson of that. If she wants to debate, I'm certainly ready.
Mr. Evans can.
Mr. Starr, when was your motion to take this item up? When you started originally?
Before 13A.
13A.
I'd be willing to defer to Mr. Evans if he'd like to.
Mr. Evans?
Yeah, I think, well, Mr. Starr is correct that, this whole issue kind of revolves around this Chugach access plan. I think our ordinance 13A actually doesn't even require and actually recommends not ever approving the Chugach access plan. So I think it's very possible that if we get through items 13A and 13B, whether or not we need to deal with that monster and all those red dots and all that is involved in the Chugach access plan may be completely irrelevant. So I think the proper place for it is after 13A and 13B, and then we can decide if we need to delay it, if we need to just get rid of it, or what. But 13A does not require implementation of the Chugach access plan, and I hope that's the way we go.
Right.
You want to restate your...
No, I thought Mr. Evans did a great job.
Okay. We'll vote on Mr. Evans first on yours, and then if that fails, then we'll deal with Mr. Starr's. What, yes. Well, you've got the one motion that you made, then he made one to support to replace that one. So let's deal with his first, then we go back to yours.
So my motion is to move item 11C until after item 13B on the agenda.
Okay? Ms. Johnson, anything you want to comment before you vote? Okay.
Or 13B.
Please vote. Mr. Steele, Mr. Honeman? Mr. Honeman? Ms. Johnston? The item is approved. So that item will come up after 13D.
Mr. Chairman, before we jump into the public hearing,
Yes, Mr. Flynn.
would you kindly restate your intention regarding item 15B in case we have any folks here to testify on that matter?
15 what?
15B, Bravo.
Sure. Item 15B, my intention is to have the body change this item, delay it till the 14th of April. The applicant asked us to do that. She can't be here. She'll be here on the 14th. So, Mr. Flynn, that's my intention. Now, people can testify now if they want. We get down to that item. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I know I recognize a few folks from the Fairview community in the audience. I just want to make sure they had that information if they.
We tried to get notice out to the community council.
Yeah.
I don't know if it got there or not.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next item in front of us is then item 13A, ordinance 2014-140S, ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21 Land Use Planning. It's brought to us by Johnston and Evans. And there's a 13A1, memorandum AM 742, 2014. And there is a 13A2, information memorandum AIM 34-215. So public testimony on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes, and then this light will get real obnoxious and start beeping at you. So if you want to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Julian Mason, M-A-S-O-N. I'm here to testify in support of what I like to call the Johnston-Evans ordinance. It does not require the Assembly, as you heard earlier, to adopt or approve or in any way endorse the Chugach State Park Access Plan. It was developed after consultation with lots of user groups. It puts the municipality entirely in charge of providing for access through the planning process, access to Chugach State Park. I think it's a fair and balanced approach. It's the only one before you that is, and I urge you to vote for it. I think the time is now. You spent an enormous amount of effort on that, and I think you have a terrific opportunity tonight to bring it to an end. Thank you very much.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Rosa Meehan, M-E-E-H-A-N, and I'm here to testify in favor of this ordinance, and I urge the passage of it. I'm a member of the Chugach State Advisory Board. I'm also a resident that lives of Anchorage. I live right next to the Coastal Refuge, and so I'm very sensitive to the question of access and the need to balance user needs for access as well as people who are neighbors of the parklands, and due to the balanced nature that in the way this Evans-Johnson amendment was put together, ordinance was put together, I think it's a fair approach for addressing the really important access issues between the municipality and the park. And so I really urge you to look at this positively and pass this ordinance. It's been a long process, and it would be nice to see some resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to testify? Welcome, sir. Please state your name and spell your last name.
My name is Tom Meacham, M-E-A-C-H-A-M, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Chugach Park Access Coalition. We've worked on this issue for about a decade, and we're happy to see progress being made to this point. And I would like to speak strongly in favor of the Johnston-Evans proposal. I think that it provides a balanced approach for the Planning Commission and the Planning Board to consider access for the public to the park when substantial subdivision actions are being proposed. And it is only triggered by the subdivision of property that would be adjoining or near the park where an access point has been identified as being either needed or considered for public access. It does not involve existing land, such as land that's occupied by single-family residents where there's no possibility of future subdivision. It only would affect properties that would be subdivided in the future, and it would only affect them when the subdivision is being considered. And it would provide connectivity between existing public roads and public access and the park to the same nature that connectivity is required when the planning board makes decisions regarding subdivided and unsubdivided land. I think it's important to note that it's not necessary for the municipality to adopt or endorse the Chugach State Park Access Plan as a document. And I think any consideration of the municipality adopting that plan is fraught with problems, because you would have the situation where the park might later amend the plan. Does the municipality have to follow that or not? Or would the municipality have the authority or the power to amend a plan that is essentially a state park plan? This ordinance would require the planning board and the planning commission to consider the access points identified in the Chugach Park Master Plan, but would not require the municipality to adopt that plan. I live adjacent to one of the important access points of Chugach State Park up at Prospect Heights. I've lived there since 1981, and I think it's a tremendous asset to the park. And the fact that we might be able to spread the access impact out so that we don't have one or two or three major points of access and no other intermediate or smaller points that would be adjacent to neighborhoods. I'd hate to see that happen, and I think this forward-looking approach will prevent the focusing of access to the park into one or two or three major points, and will make the park available to visitors, to users, to neighboring subdivision residents in a much more logical form than has occurred to date, and a much more regular form in which the property owners know what might be required of them when they subdivide their property. I have no further comments to make now. Thank you.
My name is Ron Aksamit, spelled A-K-S-A-M-I-T. I'm opposed to the implementation of 2014-140S. This will result in extended review times of any potential subdivision because of the reviews that are required. I keep hearing that Anchorage is short on housing. Anything that makes it more difficult to subdivide and provide additional housing will be complicated by this ordinance. It appears to me that this is also a taking without compensation by requiring access and dedication to public vehicular or pedestrian access. And so I think this is detrimental to the process of developing additional housing in the municipality of Anchorage.
Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearings closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to postpone till April 28th.
Second.
Moved to second to postpone this item to April 28th. Discussion from assembly members. Ms. Johnston.
Why April 28th? This is completely separate from the Chugach Access Plan, and actually, I would prefer, because you last time postponed this and sent it to the Planning and Zoning Commission, maybe I see our chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission is here, and maybe he would be willing to say what process they went through. And you can see that they reported on 140S. And
I don't need to hear from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Ms. Johnson, the principle at hand in the Chugach Access Plan was whether or not Title 21, as the new code is written, is a taking, and the requirement that the property owners upon subdivision shall still be required to dedicate land for the purpose of easement and access is still in your version. The idea that it somehow is going to be circumvented, that you don't have to have the state's involvement or the state's blessing, it's their park.
you know,
Ms. Johnston?
actually, Mr. Starr, and we can have this discussion. Right now we're talking about the postponement, and I would like to speak against postponement.
You indicate that
I would like to actually, I will vote no against this postponement. I think it's time to take this up. I'm very comfortable with this, and I'm very comfortable once we've done this to actually postpone the Chugach State Park Access Plan indefinitely. So I agree with what Mr. Evans had said, and I feel that we should take care of it tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Evans, on the issue of postponement, sir.
Yeah, I'm opposed to the postponement. I understand Mr. Starr's concerns about the implementation of the Chugach Access Plan, but there's nothing in 13A that changes between now and April 28th. Whatever this body decides to do with the Chugach Access Plan, and hopefully we won't approve it, there's no change brought about by us delaying this, because we can either vote this up or down on its merits tonight, but it doesn't change on April 28th. We've delayed it since September. I think unless there's a point that Mr. Starr believes would be changed in waiting until April 28th, I see no reason to delay it any further.
Mr. Flynn, sir, on the issue of postponement to the 20th of April.
Yeah, I'm pretty much sick of this issue. I want it done. Let's vote.
Mr. Starr, sir, on the issue of postponement to the 28th of April.
The empowerment that the entire subdivision agreements and discussion and the criterion that are established inside your thing gives the authority of subdividing historical properties, gives subdividing of new lands, perhaps unzoned, entirely to the planning board. I have a separate parks district. I have a separate parks board. We have a separate mill rate that has to be included in that, and we quite frankly have a separate comprehensive plan, a separate trails plan. All of those need to catch up, Ms. Johnson, and they're not. If you exclude the state verbiage out of that, then it's entirely municipal discussion and not a state contribution at all to that. That's not good development for a park resource asset that's owned by the state. I'll mitigate to you that the Chugach Access Plan has merit. It has some discussionable points that make sense to discuss. Be courteous to the process of that. I can bring Mr. Rod up here. Our Parks and Rec Board is working hard. We've had many, many work groups that have reviewed that. I have the vast majority of the subdividable land out in my district. You guys all know that. We're not being selfish and not letting them occur, but we need a due process that allows it to happen. If you go ahead and stick this to it, that's exactly what you're doing. You're bypassing the public process. You're throwing it into the middle of the planning board, and that's a bureaucratic thing with no appeal to the assembly. That's not due process.
Any other comments? Ms. Dombowski.
You may not hear me say this very often, Mr. Chair, but Mr. Starr is right. You know what it comes down to? That was a compliment, Mr. Starr. What it comes down to is he's right. This plan and this basically get around the plan to insert into Title 21, this impacts the Chugach Eagle River community more than anyone else. Our community deserves to have a voice in this, and our community has been working. If you look at the issues in Ms. Osander's letter, there are multiple things they want addressed before we push forward and before we start adopting either a plan or changing Title 21 to reference the plan. You know, this is not good public process. We have got to address the issues of the communities that are impacted the greatest, and that is our community. So for the respect of our community, I ask the body, you know, a month is not going to hurt anybody. We've been dealing with this a long time, and this real people's properties. You hear Mr. Askman testify. You've heard Mr. Young come up and testify. We're talking about people's life savings, their property. It is the biggest investment they'll ever have. This means more to them than anything they've seen in a decade. I respectfully request that the body just let our community finished the work. I mean, you saw Ms. Osander's letter. It was incredibly detailed. They're not punting. They really brought up legitimate issues. I don't think a month is too much to ask. Thank you.
Any other comments from Assembly members? Mr. Honeman, anything from you, sir, before we vote? This is a motion to extend this item delay it till the 28th of April.
No further comment. Just, I guess my comment is that I definitely have heard from my constituents that they seem to like this plan, but I can understand where we also need to consider due process, and into our government, that's what gives us good government. So another month is not going to stop the show here on getting the CAP or some version thereof incorporated. So I'd respectfully request that we postpone it as requested.
No other comments? Please vote. A yes will delay it till the 28th of April. A no will not.
Yes.
Mr. Steele, sir. You voted.
I'd like to move an amendment to the document.
Motion failed. An amendment on 140S. Mr. Starr?
Yeah, in principle, it modifies the table embedded inside 2101-080 and it makes the ordinance 140-S effective upon adoption of the Chugach State Park Management Plan and the Chugach State Park Trails Plan.
Is that the document you handed out to us?
Yes, it is.
Is there a second?
Second.
And if I can speak to that.
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. The new Code Title 21 is what this modifies, and it has some validity in it. The Chugach Access Plan is a roadmap to that. Both of those documents that empowered the Chugach Access Plan in general are still in draft form at the state level, one of them being the State Park Management Plan and the State Park Trails Plan. If we don't work in concert with the state through the development of the parks, we're going to have trails to nowhere. We're going to have litter on our side of the line. We're going to have funding and just incredible angst with our own parks and rec budgets, which there's 2 of them. And I don't think the public's going to be best served by the planning board making decisions. So in this essence, it changes the table, which is embedded in 2101-080, and makes this 140 effective upon passage of the Chugach State Park Management Plan and the Chugach State Draft Plan for the trails.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Hall.
Mr. Chairman, could the administration get copies of that amendment? Yeah.
Mr. Hall, on the issue in front of us?
Not on this. I have an amendment.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, on the amendment in front of us from Mr. Starr.
And I understand what you're saying, Mr. Starr, and the work that you have made lemonade out of lemon as far as this Chugach Access Plan. And I appreciate and I respect and I think it's fantastic. I've met with some of your park member boards. What they're doing out there is fantastic because you're starting to come up with a capital program for access to the park. And that is necessary. And that you've got a Senator McKinnon, who's in the Senate Finance Committee, to help you plan out a full capital program for some of your access. Most of this will only come due, it won't be in yours in my lifetime, and it's an act of platting. And platting is something, we have it, I sat down with Ms. Osander this week to go over this, and she understands it. It's what we have in our trails plan here, that if you do a subdivision up against a trail, then access to that trail has to be considered by the platting board. There's many times when it's not going to happen, but it's a consideration. And I've had folks who have looked at this on one side saying, well, you need to have the state parks part of this, or you need to have the developers part of this. No. We need to trust the process we have, which is platting. And you are on planning and zoning. You know what platting is. And platting, when a subdivision goes up against the park, it takes into the park in consideration. We've never had that before. And I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate the plan that you are going through with Eagle River, and it's necessary. Some of that was done on the hillside with the Hillside District Plan. It was not done when you had your chapter in Eagle River. There wasn't the trail plan that went with it. And so you are a little bit behind the 8 ball, but it doesn't make any difference. You're doing it now. And you do get to work with the Department of Natural Resources, and you do get to work with the park. This does not stop all the good work you're doing. In fact, it probably gives it more credibility because it's not a plan that is going to have red dots on it. I mean, I think we all agree the red dots have caused much more problems than anything we could have ever done in our life. So,
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Starr, and your amendment, sir.
The meat of the discussion isn't in this document at all. It's what we've already approved in Title 21. And Ms. Johnston, I don't have that documentation in front of me, but the strong language, the requirements to dedicate a vehicular access or a pedestrian access are very clear. The subdivider shall, and they will. And if they have a 5-acre tract, family-owned, they're going to have to cough up some land. So don't shelter your conversations behind the fact that that language is strong enough to require the planning board to take it. And that's what they're going to do. If we don't do that under a prescribed plan, under a organized system on who's going to pay for it, who's going to design it, who's going to manage it, all this stuff, those planning actions are going to come up to play. Right now, you bring a Cluton up here and you tell them that this is going to take effect immediately upon their subdivision, we're not ready for it. And this is my point. You have that. You have an overburdened trails network. We get that. We understand that. But let us have some time to do it in an organized fashion and you'll get it. You pull this on them right now, and in December when new Title 21 takes effect, especially if you shoot down the implementation requirements in 13B coming up, or the next one that talks about the old code implementation, it is not going to be pleasant for those individual property owners, and this treads on property rights more than you can even imagine. And I don't appreciate the placating language that you've discussed it with Ms. Osiander. I did this afternoon as well. Her comments are still there. It excludes the impact of our individual parks district. It impacts the overall mill rate that we collect, and the decision-making authority is taken away from that in a short plat arrangement directly with the permitting officer that may across the table do it because it's a cheaper process than going to the full board. Then you have a one person on top of the fact that the property owner is going to have to argue with that only to get their development done. That's the problem. That's a big oversight that you seem to see as okay as a solution to being able to walk through people's land to get to the park.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Wheeler, sir, on the amendment in front of us.
Mr. Chairman, I have some concerns about the amendment. It might, if it's all right with the body, but I'd like to talk to Mr. Starr for a few minutes, just 1 or 2 minutes, or...
Okay, we'll take a quick break so you can have...
Well, I don't have my tables, Mr. Wheeler, on that. It's all in my note file with that. I don't have my table, so unless you can produce the new code, Title 21, for review on the table I'm amending, I can talk to you.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, that's not my concern.
Okay.
When we take about a 3-minute break to let the two gentlemen talk, and we'll continue. Time it.
inside of Title 21 new code, and that isn't a preferable mechanism to do that, partly because it specifically references a plan that we haven't adopted yet, which was some of my earlier concern. So the latter half of the amendment, though, where it modifies Section 4, this ordinance shall become effective upon Assembly adoption of the Chugach State Park Management Plan and the Chugach State Park Trails Plan. That's an acceptable amendment.
That's a relative
based
part
on
of your amendment?
That's right, and it's also acceptable through
Okay.
Legal.
Mr. Evans, sir, on the amendment?
Yeah, I think, if you look at Mr. Starr's amendments in those two plans, the Chugach State Park Management Plan, draft 2011, and the Chugach State Park Trails Plan, draft 2009, which have not yet been adopted, and no sign of them ever being adopted at this point. The question is what we do in the meantime. The ordinance before us sets up at least a criteria to be used in cases where subdivisions go in bordering the park. Right now, we don't have that, and right now we either can landlock the park or we allow it to the current process that could do the same thing this does without the criteria. I think, I appreciate a good fight, and Mr. Starr is putting up a heck of a one, but I think his amendment does the same thing, and it just basically kills this indefinitely, because if we wait till we adopt these plans that have been in draft since 2009, I don't see this process happening soon, and there's no reason not to, if there's specific things about our ordinance and this criteria that is supposed to, the planning department is to use in making these decisions, we should debate that. But just delaying it forever without even getting into the substance of the ordinance seems unwarranted.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, any comments on this amendment? Starr, last comment, sir?
Well, I think it's just good stewardship of the lands that we don't own. I mean, you're going to have a conversation absent of the primary landholder, which you're going to access. And so the idea that let them catch up, force the issue that the plan has stalled over there. It's not a document that isn't ready to be voted on. The state has a vested interest in how their lands are managed, and we have a responsibility on how they're accessed. The two are tied together. Then put some energy into getting them off the stump and get a trails plan. You're going to have chaos in our municipal parks connection without a state park trails plan being adopted. They have them. They're very thorough. They're very much in draft. They're political. That's the problem, Mr. Evans. So I think it's entirely prudent to say, hey, we'll do our side of the line, but you guys have to do your side of the line. The Chugach Park Management Plan is vital to funding. It's vital to leadership. It's vital to dissemination of responsibilities on who does what. And I think that's vital. If you haven't read it, you should before you say that this isn't a good idea. I have, and I think that's why I'm bringing it forward, is I want to get that state wrapped up into the idea. We've got land on our side, private property land, be it, but on their side, they've got lands, and if we start running amok on it, the planning board's not going to know what to do.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Dombrowski, final comment on this item, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, I would like a point of personal privilege, if you'll please extend it to me. I briefly spoke with members of the Board of Realtors at our break, and they had been led to believe this item was going to be extended, and they thought they would have an opportunity to testify at a later date, and they missed the public testimony period. Would it be okay if one of their representatives came up and just testified to this amendment specifically?
One of them, ma'am?
Yes, just
Not a
one.
problem.
Just
Take
one.
one. Then we're going to go to vote on this item.
Thank you.
I don't want this to drag out forever. Welcome, sir.
Hi, I'm Mike Rasmussen, the owner of Rasmussen Properties in Eagle River. I'm also the current Vice President for the State Association of Realtors and the past President of the Anchorage Board of Realtors. Unfortunately, we take the stance in this one as the largest group that represents private property rights in the state of Alaska. Every single person we've talked to under this issue is absolutely 100% against the proposed method of which the Assembly is going forward with this. This is nothing more than a land grab. This is nothing more than circumventing due process of how private property is to be taken. If you want the land, buy it. Real simple. Buy it. Nothing more than that. We have absolutely no problem with the state parks coming in and purchasing the property next to the park. Nobody we've spoken to has a problem with that. We have absolutely no problem with expanding access to the park. Calling it a landlocked is crazy. There's access all over the place. Put a road in through the middle of it, get all kinds of access to it. I hike the park every weekend. But what you are doing right here is nothing more than going against state statute. What you're doing here is doing nothing more than circumventing the process. If you want the access, buy it. Simple as that.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Rasmussen, is it the position of the Board of Realtors that they oppose item 13A?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. There are no other questions. Assembly members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please vote on Mr. Starr's amendment. Yes will approve it and no will not.
Yes.
Item fails. 6-5. Mr. Hall, sir. We always come back to you. You stayed
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a floor amendment. It's page 2, line 16 through 21. Add subsection G to read as follows. This subsection E shall not be used to implement access to Chugach State Park. No easements, dedications, or improvements to implement access to Chugach State Park shall be acquired through the land use permit process.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Hall, speak to your issue.
I think it speaks very clearly to itself just in the statement. Thank you.
Mr. Starr on the amendment.
I work real hard trying to educate my fellow assembly members on how our systems work out in Chugach, Eagle River. We're outside the BSA. The only mechanism we have is a land use permit to build anything, to develop roads, to build to structures, to follow the DCM, to put public infrastructure in. It's all done through a land use permit by choice. That's the way we like to divide. When you say that this has strength, this doesn't have any strength. It'll be well past the decision-making point on what's accessible by the state land and what's not. The access question is going to occur when we take zoning questions to the table and bring it out of PLI. Look at our zoning map out there. We reserved vast, vast tracts of land with no idea how they're going to be developed out there. The planning boards are now going to decide which is a good access point. How about the zoning process? How about some of the other processes that will occur in that? That's what I was trying to get at with the old code. Let us, as we bring lands to inventory, let us have those conversations. This has no meat whatsoever. This is a joke when you put this forward as if it has some sort of strength to it, that, oh, by the time you get to taking out your building permit, we promise not to take any more of your land. Are you kidding me?
Any other comments before we vote? Please vote. Yes will approve Mr. Hall's amendment. A no will not. Mr. Honeman, sir.
Yes.
That was approved 8-3. No, we don't. Clerk reminds me we don't have a motion yet on item 13A, ordinance AO 2014-140S.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Starr?
Well, the last one, I mean, I'm invested in the conversation. I have been doing some real work. You can ask Mr. Rada how many meetings my Parks Board has had, my conversations with what's the legitimate access process to come to be. We're not going to get it here. There's no mechanism way forward. You're going to take it out of the hands of the property owners and the community members that sit on our boards and our commissions, and you're going to move it into Anchorage. Just the exact thing that my community hates to have happen. I'll help the people buy the no trespassing signs because that's just what you've done. These people are going to be rabid to anybody parking out in front of their house now. There used to be easements. There used to be discussions. Sure, come on, take your trash when you go. Not anymore. These folks are going to feel like, hey, here we go. And then you're going to have that person that's sitting on retirement property out there hesitant to subdivide. Backdoor sales, transfers of titles through mechanisms that aren't going to occur. Trust me, that's the way my folks do business out there. They don't like government, and you just gave them a whole bunch of it. Ms. Johnston, it's all on you.
Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Mr.
Nisha,
Chair.
in front of us, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd say it's not just on Ms. Johnston. Every member who votes for this, quite frankly, you know, when you have outlying communities and they see big government shoving garbage down their throat, this is why people get frustrated. You know, I have talked till I was red in the face for 2 years on this particular plan. I can't say it any better than Mr. Rasmussen did, but all I can say at this point, I can see where their votes are going. Mr. Mayor, I hope you veto.
Mr. Trainee.
I'll be voting against this, Madam Chair. I used to live out there, had 5 acres, and I always had people parking in my driveway up to my property because they thought it was a way for them to get into the park, and it was my property. Didn't get their attention to put a danger missile firing sign up there from the Army. That stopped them from going into there. Short of that, we used to have a chain we'd put across the road, a logging chain, and that stopped people from going down the road. And that's what used to happen out there. A lot of people had private property, and the only way to stop somebody is put a chain up on the road to keep them out of it. Because we had people here and testified to us that said, I go out there and I don't care what you say, I'm going to go there anyway. So I'll be voting against this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your frustration as living near the park and the trespassers, but I've got to say there's nothing in this ordinance that has anything to do with trespassers. It doesn't encourage trespassers. If anything, it supplies a system where we can have orderly access to the park and perhaps eliminate or reduce the number of trespassers going where they're not supposed to be going. So I just don't understand your comment of why you'd be opposed to this because people trespassed in your yard. This has nothing to do with trespass. In fact, it reduces it.
No.
Public hearing on this item is now open. This is item 13B. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name. Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. Unless you wish the body, Mr. Starr.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Moved and seconded to postpone indefinitely. Any discussion? Please vote. Yes, we'll postpone it indefinitely. Mr. Honeman?
Yes. Yes.
The item is postponed indefinitely. Yes, I know. I'll need a motion on item 11C, ordinance CO 2014-101S.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
But moved and seconded to postpone this item indefinitely. Discussion on that from Assembly Member Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be a little bit Don Quixote-ish here and vote against this motion, not because I don't understand the reasoning behind it and not because I don't think it's necessarily a good idea, but you may recall during the public hearing process on this, gentleman by the name of Pat Porchot appeared before us. He was the commissioner of the Department of Natural Resources when this plan was started. He stayed involved in it even after his public service was over, and he took a chance on a wet behind the ears 22-year-old recent college graduate and gave him a job. That was me. And so out of respect to his efforts, I'm going to vote against postponing this indefinitely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Johnston, on the motion to postpone indefinitely?
No, I didn't mean to hit that.
Mr. Starr, sir, on the motion that you made
Well, it's obvious that there's no engagement of the state on park development. The Chugach Access Plan is embedded deeply. It was empowered inside of the Chugach Management Plan and the Chugach Trails Plan. It says it specifically in there that you shall develop an access plan. So, that's the guidance at the state. That's how this morphed into our situation. It got kicked down because either the state couldn't do their responsibilities or the process on access became so stagnated that nobody accessed it. That's not what I've done the last 5 weeks or 6 weeks by rallying the community support, because I do believe effective and managed trails are the best way to access the park in concert and balance with private property. I didn't get much help in assistance of that, either from the staff. Wonderful memos, quite frankly, influence in planning and zoning came out of our own staff. I get the Chugach, Friends of the Chugach State Parks emailing lists as well. However, conversations and community meetings were well attended. 60 people showed up at a community meeting in Chugach Eagle River. Every community council president's done it. Our Parks and Rec Board went to all 66 access points here in the last 3 weeks and are still working the process to say, we found some good places to get in the park. No plan, no access plan, no implementation plan. This thing is going nowhere here other than big fights at platting, zoning, and that's just poor government. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Please vote. Yes, we'll postpone this indefinitely. No, we'll not. Mr. Honeman.
Yes.
It's postponed indefinitely. $13D next. Actually, we're on 13C, Madam Clerk. No.
Mr. Chairman,
We're on item 13.
Would you let Mr. Evans speak to his intent regarding this matter before we open the public
I
hearing?
said earlier, but I'll let him do it again. Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It is my intent to offer an S1 version of this ordinance sometime this week that will be ready for discussion at our next meeting on April 14th.
Now, people can come and testify now, but I think the S1 is still going to radically change this, that it would behoove you to wait till the next meeting. But I've got to open up anyway. Item 13C, Ordinance 2014-135 and 135S. And there'll be an S1 come the 14th. Come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name.
Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. Again, a limited entry permit. We got all these taxi cabs, and I know well intended that we decided to offer limited entry permits, basically in direct opposition to free enterprise. What should happen now is the city of Anchorage should buy every taxi cab permit at current value and offer this kind of a ride service without problems. Title 11, all that does is it cost me $40 to ride from the airport in an old cab that's just got a splash and dash paint job, was an ex-cop car, with a guy that's not usually too well groomed and oftentimes don't even speak much English. $40. The cab owners have got a debt service on $150,000. That's where they're putting the money. It's not in a nice car. I just got back from India. In India, you can ride the same distance in a brand new car that the owner of that car has polished. He is properly groomed. He is polite, proper English. And that ride the same distance will cost $3. This is completely upside down. In fact, maybe we ought to have limited entry driver's licenses. I think I brought this up before. Everybody knows there's too much traffic on the road. It's dangerous. So if you don't have a driver's license now, we'll get a law going. Now you can lease one from somebody that does. Or you can buy one. In 4 or 5 years, they ought to be worth $100,000. So this Title 11 needs to be totally revamped. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, we're going to continue this public hearing to the 14th. We need a motion on it, though. Can I get a motion from the body?
Motion
To continue the public hearing to the 14th.
Motion to continue public hearing to the 14th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ask unanimous, say no objection. That will come up, and we look forward to your S1 version, sir. Next item in front of us is item 13D, Ordinance CO 2015-19, Ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.08.050, street lighting improvements. Ms. Johnson, to let everybody know, what's your intention on this one?
It is my intention to postpone this one indefinitely.
Public hearing is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Understanding what Ms. Johnston wants to do. Anybody at all? Hearing and saying no on public testimony is closed. The wish of the body, Ms. Johnston.
Move to postpone this indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any reason why, Ms. Johnston? Just let it go to vote.
I think just go to, it's basically, they were trying to solve an issue that I don't think really needed solving.
Okay. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. The item is approved by the body.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to change the order of the day and take up item 15A.
Is there a second? This is the remand on the Eberhardt versus MOA. Moved and seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may continue.
Go ahead, ma'am. You want to state why you want to change your order of the day?
Well, I guess we have to vote on it, don't we? Why don't we just, the whole point is we can't approve the RIDs, WIDs, and LIDs, the tax assessment rolls, until the formal remand has been accepted by the body.
Yeah.
So I want to get that done first.
Okay. Please vote on change your order of the day to take up this item.
Yes.
Mr. Starr is gone. He can't participate in it. Mr. Flynn, sir? No, me.
Pretty sure I voted.
Okay.
She's going to get me yet. That item was approved by the body.
Mr. Chair?
Ma'am?
Thank you. Now that we have the motion or the item in front of us,
This is a public
no, it's not. No. This is, okay, so this is going to be a little different. For those of you who are in the audience, the Assembly had a quasi-judicial hearing, of which these are our findings. We're about to present to the Assembly, and they potentially could accept. This item is not open for public testimony. However, Mr. Chair, because it is a formal judicial matter, there are some processes we need to go through before we take action on this item. With that said, as many have realized, Mr. Starr has left. He has been excluded from participation because he had a conflict. Mr. Chair, at this time, it is important for each Assembly member to articulate on the record. They've already disclosed their potential conflicts on the record multiple times during previous hearings. But at this time, you need to articulate if there's been any substantial change or any new conflicts or potential ex parte communication that has transpired for the public and the body to consider. So with that said, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'll just go down since I'm...
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with Mr. Hall, since he's on that end and he looks so comfortable. Mr. Hall, do you have any additional conflicts or potential disclosures or potential ex parte communication in the matter before the Assembly in the Eberhardt versus MOA?
I have no further disclosures other than the ones that I disclosed in my original disclosure statement.
Thank you. Mr. Steele, do you have any additional conflicts or disclosures or potential ex parte communication to disclose in the matter before the Assembly?
As an update, I'm on a private water board and with Matt Fink, and we have not talked about this item or discussed it in any manner, so I just wanted to update that.
Okay, Mr. Chair, since you are the chair, I don't think that's a conflict or a potential impact on this matter. Do you concur?
I agree with you, ma'am.
Okay, all the members of the Assembly concur on that matter? Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson? Oops, I'm sorry. I
got one.
I know. I always skip Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, the same question applies. Do you have any additional ex parte communication or potential conflicts that need to be disclosed?
I do not.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. My prior disclosure remains.
Thank you,
Ms.
ma'am.
Dombrowski.
Mr. Chair?
Ma'am, my prior disclosure remains the same.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. My memory is not quite as good as it used to be, so I'm going
You did do yours on the record last time. If you'd like to do it again, you can.
I would, just to make sure I'm safe. Prior to this process commencing, I did briefly discuss this with both Mr. Fink and Mr. Nye. Mr. Nye and I played T-ball together many years ago. In addition, since this process has commenced, I was invited to co-sponsor a fundraising event at the Quist home. I declined on the basis of this process being in front of us. And I think I advised the person inviting me that they may wish to convey that to other members of the body who may or may not have been asked to participate. That's all I can think of.
Mr. Chair, I'll await your ruling on that disclosure.
He does not have a conflict, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Other than what has been disclosed on the record in numerous meetings, I haven't had any additional issues come up, so my disclosure stands. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. My previous disclosure remains the same. Nothing has changed. I've had no contact with any member of this group.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston?
And my prior disclosure remains the same.
Thank you. Now that that has been settled on the record, Mr. Chair, actually,
I got one more for you. Mr. Honeman.
Chair. Yeah, my prior thank you, Mr. Chairman. My prior disclosures remain the same. No changes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for edification, Mr. Levesque, could you come forward for us? It might be easier during this process, Mr. Levesque, if you just have a seat at one of the microphones. Right? Yeah. You just come right down front right here. Mr. Levesque was special counsel to the Assembly during the quasi-judicial proceedings. And on procedural matters, he is our advisor. Mr. Levesque, my question for you is, does it make a difference if one of the hearing remand panelists are the ones to make the motion to accept, or should it be a different member of the Assembly?
Ms. Dombrowski, through the chair, I believe it should be someone else other than the three that were on the hearing panel.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to accept.
The clerk.
The motion is to accept the Assembly memorandum as reported by the special committee on the remand.
Who was the second on that?
Mr. Peterson was.
Okay. Hold on for a second.
Oh, to adopt?
She said we need to do two.
Okay,
The
so
first
this
one
is
to
very
adopt,
okay.
and that's what Mr. Flynn needs to make the motion to adopt. Mr. Peterson needs to second it.
I will restate my motion to adopt the finding. I will restate my motion to adopt the findings of the special committee on the remand.
Mr. Peterson? It's a second on that. Yeah, we're going to vote on it right now. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
That is accepted by the body. Mr. Flynn, now for your next motion.
Thank you, sir. I would move to accept the Assembly Memorandum 142-2015 related to the Eberhard et al. Versus MOA.
Is that correct motion, Madam Clerk? It's an AM, according to...
Yeah. I'll make them.
We don't do this that often.
This is why I'm not a judge. I'll move to accept and approve
Good.
the Assembly Memorandum
I like cutting that down that way.
142-2015.
Mr. Peterson, you're the second on it? Okay. Okay. Let's vote. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
The item is approved. And Madam President of our little subcommittee, thank you for all the countless hours you put into that thing. And anybody that wasn't involved in that committee owes you a debt of gratitude, because, believe me, if the three of us didn't do it, the whole body would have had to have done it. And I don't think Amy wanted to do that. So thank you, Amy.
As a collective sigh and thank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may just take one moment to thank Lisa in the clerk's office. She has logged countless thousands and thousands of documents, and Barbara Jones, the municipal clerk, and Julia Tucker, and a special thanks to Mr. Joe Levesque, our special counsel. These don't come up very often, maybe once every 10 or 12 years, not very often at all. So it's been an incredible process, and I just want to thank the staff for all their hard work and support in making us look good. Okay.
Mr. Flynn, comment from you, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. As the person who sort of stumbled into this approach to addressing this issue, kind of by accident, mostly because Ms. Tucker was asking me to make decisions I didn't want to make, I would like to thank personally you and Mr. Evans and Ms. Demboski for all your work, because it was a Herculean task. And when Mr. Hall indicated we'd be spending 2 or 3 days together, as much as I like all of you, I wasn't looking forward to it. And so I think this is a very good solution to a very difficult problem. I think our next step is to explore whether we want to keep this particular process in place or consider a different one. One possibility would be to delegate this responsibility to the municipal hearing officer. We've gotten indications from the administration their capacity is there for that. They're probably a little bit better qualified than we are. I know there are questions about that. Ms. Demboski and I have talked about that, but I think that's our next step now that we've completed this one.
Good. Look forward to it coming to us. We don't do this that often, but it would be nice to have another way to do it. And I appreciate, Amy, if you'll save all the material, the process we put together, so if this does come up in the future, we don't have to go back like we did this time and reinvent the wheel. So thank you, guys. I'm sorry, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've said it before.
You're volunteering for the next one?
No. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I really, really appreciate the work that all three of you have done, because really, I didn't want to participate, although I would have if I had to. But thank you very much. And one other question. So now that this is done, and we have one more thing to deal with, are we still off limits talking about the issue? That needs to be clarified.
Mr. Levesque.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Assembly person Gray Jackson, I would hold off discussing this, because this is still being litigated in court, and it may continue, and so it probably would be best if you didn't. We don't know at this time if the Superior Court may decide to remand this back, you know, for something, and so I would continue to not communicate about this, or, you know, just avoid any potential conflict of interest. I understand that it's hard because your constituents may want to discuss it, but you just have to tell them we can't.
If I can follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Levesque. Actually, it's not hard, because I know how to keep my mouth shut. But I just wanted to get clarification for all of us. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. We're now down to items 13E, Resolution Error 2014-193, a resolution reconciling and levying special assessments for Special Assessment District 1P03, which constructed road improvements in the Marston Drive and Foraker Drive.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
I would like to have a motion to combine all three of them if we could.
I was just about to do that.
If you would, sir.
I'd move to combine the public hearings at item 13E, 13F, and 13G.
If we could have a second.
Second.
Ask
I second.
unanimous. See no objection, I'll continue. Also in the public hearing, item 13F, Resolution Error 2014-194, resolution reconciling assessments for the Turnigan Heights Water Improvement District 1416 and establishing the date of payment. Item 13G, Resolution AR 2014-195, a resolution reconciling assessments for the Turnagain Heights Lateral Improvement District 1415. Public hearing on these items is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and spell your last name.
Michael Staley, S-T-E-H-L-E. I am the lawyer who represented what has been denominated as the appellants Eberhardt et al. In the proceeding that was held before the special committee. I won't go through and name them individually. Obviously, we have disagreements with the findings of fact and conclusions of law of the special committee. Those disagreements are well set forth in our proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. I'm not going to go into the disagreements at this point, but what I do want to address is these resolutions for these roles and problems that I see with these resolutions and the findings of fact and conclusions of law that you just adopted. The findings of fact and conclusions of law that you just adopted and accepted recognize that there should be an exception for what's been denominated therein as the Hitchens property. I believe it's Lot 10. These roles do not do that. In other words, there's a conflict between these roles and the findings of fact and conclusions of law that you just accepted. And so unless you make an amendment to these roles to make them fit with those findings of fact and conclusions of law, you're going to have that conflict, and it's not going to stand. Now let me address one further thing with regard to these roles. These roles, by code, you have a special improvement district that is supposed to encompass all property that is either adjacent to or abuts the special improvement district and is benefited by the special improvement district. Because the so-called Hitchens property together with the McLeod property really didn't benefit, that's why there was an accommodation made for those properties. In fact, the evidence was that not only did this not improve the value of the property, that it might have decreased the value of the property for both of the McLeods and the Hitchens, and that's why an accommodation was made. But with regard to the other properties, if there is an increase, a benefit resulting from this, then they're supposed to be included, and it's supposed to be proportional. And I don't want to get into that because, again, that's a different argument. But what I do want to get into is there are two properties that are adjacent to or are abut these improvements that clearly benefited by these improvements according to the municipal assessor, and yet they're not included. That's Pete's Place subdivision, Lot 3. Lots 1 and 2 are included. Lot 3 isn't included. If you look at the municipal assessor's fair market value of this, from 2009, before this was done, the property was assessed down here, and in 2010, it more than doubled. Just like Lots 1, Lots 2, it's got road access that it didn't have before, it's got water access that it didn't have before, and it's got sewer. Why it's not included, I don't know. But the problem with not including that is that all the other homeowners are paying more. If you'll accommodate me just for a minute, I'm representing more than one person.
Go ahead, ma'am, sir.
The other piece of property that should have been included in these roles because it abuts the improvement district, it's adjacent to the improvement district, and it clearly benefited, is the AWWU parcel. That's where they put the new pump station and pump station 10. And but for this road, there was no access to pump station 10. You couldn't get down there. They need road access to maintain it. They need road access to utilize it on a daily basis, and yet that property is not included. Again, by excluding that property, you're burdening all the other property owners. Now there are numerous. I know some people, on the assembly probably feel like these people voted for this. They approved a certain amount, let them pay for it. What you have to realize is that there were only 50-some% that voted to approve this. There was a strong minority of people that did not want this project to go forward because they felt like it didn't benefit them. Some of them are my clients, some of them are not even my clients, like the Quists. But you've got people who owned property in that area who have vacant lots that they use them as their front yards. They aren't planning on subdividing them or anything else. Suddenly now they're being burdened with hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they're subject to lose this. And all I'm asking you to do is to take a look at this from an equity point of view and say, why is it that these people that didn't want it are burdened with this when a property like AWWU that clearly benefited from this road, there was no access, is somehow not paying its fair share? There's no reason why that property shouldn't just at least pay its fair share, since it's a property that abuts, is adjacent to this improvement district, and under the code it's supposed to be included in these rolls. So again, to summarize, you're supposed to include in the rolls all properties that abut or are adjacent to the improvement district that benefit from these improvements. Pete's Place Lot 3 did not have road access, did not have water, did not have sewer until these improvements went in. These improvements went in. It now has all three of those things. It has benefited. Its market value has gone markedly up, more than doubled according to the municipal assessor, and yet it has erroneously been left out, and that puts an additional burden on everybody else. And the same thing is true with regard to this AWWU parcel. It did not have access to that parcel for the pump station before this road went through. One of the things that we argued was that the pump station had erroneously burdened the lot owners with the sewer main and water main and these deep sub-drains for drainage that were all necessary according to the testimony for the pump station. Now, the
Sir, can you please summarize?
Yes, the municipality argued that that also benefited the improvement district, and so we're being burdened with a portion of that cost. But if the pump station can pass a portion of those costs off to the lot owners, shouldn't they at least bear their portion, their proportionate portion of the road improvement that gave them access? Thank you for your consideration.
You're welcome.
I have a question for you, sir. I want to dig a little bit deeper into the pump station issue.
Sure.
That pump station was constructed, perhaps not entirely, but primarily for the purpose of redevelopment of these lots.
No, that's incorrect, sir. That is totally incorrect. And again, I think that the subcommittee members will back me up on this because they heard the evidence. The pump station was being reconsidered long before.
I understand it was under consideration long before this redevelopment.
But
this redevelopment could not have taken place without it.
No, that's not true. This improvement district originally was going to function with the old pump station. And there was going to be a little mini pump station or lift station, if you will, to get the sewer to flow to that old pump station 10. And that was the original design. And AWWU knew that that old pump station 10 that was in Sonnstrom Drive needed to be upgraded because it was being overwhelmed by the community that it serves, which goes way back on the other side of Northern Lights Boulevard. And so they looked to move it, and they moved it adjacent to this improvement district. But they're two distinct projects. That pump station serves that whole area, and this improvement district was originally going to go forward with the old pump station and a little mini lift station that was going to cost $150,000, according to the estimate, just to get the sewage up to where it could gravity flow into the old pump station.
And sir, is Mr. Craig one of your clients?
Pardon?
Is Mr. Craig one of your clients?
I think so, yes.
You think so?
Well, I've got 14 clients, sir, and so I don't have all of their names.
Okay. Thank you.
There are no other questions. Thank you, sir. There are no other questions. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Spell your last name.
Andre Spinelli, S-P-I-N-E-L-L-I.
Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Thank you. I grew up on Sonnstrom Drive, Pump Station 10, in the cul-de-sac where I played a lot of basketball, rode my skateboard. So I'm pretty familiar with it. I also grew up building houses, developing roads and infrastructure that go along with houses, so I'm pretty familiar with that process too. The thing that's really weird with this situation to me, first of all, I think you were alluding to it, that this development required this pump station. Most of Turnagain neighborhood drains into that pump station, so there's probably, several, I don't know how many houses are in Turnagain. I'd say maybe 100 plus all using that pump station. So I don't know about 15 or 20 more needed a brand new pump station that costs that much. But I just want to mention that these assessments, these improvements cost about $150,000 on some of the cheaper ones, the smaller lots that are assessed less is about $150,000. That's about 3 times more than it cost me to build a road with sidewalks. This road doesn't have sidewalks, street lights, water main, sewer main. And that's my only objection, is that something seems out of whack here for the city to be charging the property owners out here 3 times the going rate for improvements. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from Assembly members? Thank you. Anybody else wants to
Jennifer
testify?
had one.
Ms. Johnson, Mr. Spinelli? Don't worry about it. Mr. Spinelli? He's back here, Ms. Johnston.
When you do your subdivisions and you do them within AWWU service area, do you usually construct your own utilities?
Yes.
And do you have an idea of the difference in cost between you doing it and AWWU?
No, I do not know what it costs for AWW to perform that work. But this was work performed by a private contractor, Prue's Construction, I believe.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed on these 3 items. What's the wish of the body? Ms. Dombowski.
I guess we move to approve, and then we can postpone it. Move to approve. I don't have
Second.
it.
You're going to move to approve AR 2014-193, 2014-194, and 2014-195.
Yes, sir.
Second.
Do 3 at once?
No,
Let's just do one at a time.
The clerk would prefer one at a time.
Yeah, let's just do one at a time. Let's.
Okay. She wants us to wait for a second.
We're gonna. Okay. 13.
Just
Boss,
look at the
do
rest
you
of
want
the
to make a
agenda.
motion to change the order of the day? And
we're-
would you like me to
we're
do
on-
that for you since you can't press a button?
I can't. My screen's frozen. Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated here. We're on 13E right now.
Correct.
We're on 13.
I don't want to change
13E.
the order of the day.
Okay.
I want to move to approve item.
13E first, which is
I'll make that
That's
motion on your
13.
behalf, Ms. Boss.
2014-193.
He's making it for me because I don't have a screen.
Is there a second?
Second.
We moved and seconded. Ms. Dombowski, the
Thank
motion
you.
to approve is on the floor.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I may, it is accurate in my assessment that the Hitchens property, which is when you look at your page 803, it is Block B, lots 8 and 9, which are lines 30 and 31. The hearing remand panel did find that the Hitchens should have had a lower assessment, and I do not believe at this point, as I'm reading it, I don't think it reflects the hearing panel's findings. Mr. Levesque?
Yeah, if I could just interject, this is Joe Levesque, through the chair. Ms. Dombowski, I think it was Lot 10.
Is it?
Yeah, Lot 10 was the house.
Oh, 9 and 10?
Yeah, well, no, the 2 other lots, the Hitchens had no problems with the assessment on those lots,
Sorry, I need my glasses.
and
Oh.
they've sold those lots. But
You're right.
it
So
was
that would
lot-
be line 32 then, which in that, Mr. Levesque, that's the property now owned by Dexter, David Dexter and Mary Louisa
That's correct.
Piazzani. Okay, and Mr. Levesque, is my assessment correct? What we had discussed in our findings, this annual assessment that we're seeing right here, $4,411.79, it looks to me as if it's higher than what we had found.
Right, if you could just restate that.
Sure. It's on our page 803, which I don't know which page it is for you, but page 2 of 2 of the assessment rolls.
Actually, Ms. Dombowski, I think if you look in the middle column, it has the final assessment. And if you look a little bit to the right, there's the adjusted assessment. And I think that reflects what you reported back to the full body, which the adjusted assessment was $1,815.81.
Am I looking at the wrong one? Okay. So let me look at the other one. Can I have Mr. Staley come back up for just a second? I want to make sure we get this right. It has to be right. Yeah. So, Mr. Staley, I was looking in the wrong column. I was thinking it was a $4,000 amount, and what Mr. Flynn just showed me is $1,815.81 for the RID.
That's the McLeods. So, Ms. Dembowski, through the chair, what Mr. Flynn is showing you is the adjustment that had previously been approved by the Assembly for the McLeods property. And so you can see that the McLeods were to be assessed $78,000, and it was adjusted down to $1,800 and change. Okay. So now and that really wasn't even a part of your hearing. The hearing was the Hitchens property, which is lot 10, the one above it, which is David Dexter and Mary Louise Pisani, and it still reflects an assessment of roughly $79,000. And what your findings of fact and conclusions of law state is that that should be reduced down to $2,000 and some change, and that adjustment just has not been made. Well, you found that the same type of adjustment that was made for the McLeods should be made for the Hitchens property. It's a slightly different amount because of the lineal distance. So again, I think Mr. Levesque probably has those findings in front of him, and he can give you that dollar figure from those findings. But the adjustment, I believe, is roughly from $79,000 down to $2,000 and something.
If I may interject through the chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the decision that the hearing panel came up with and the Assembly has approved on paragraph 84 says the Hitchens home lot property, which is lot 10, must be reassessed, and the assessed amount must be set at $2,656. And the next paragraph 85 states that the difference in the final assessment of lot 10, block B, Simonson Estates subdivision, in the adjusted assessment shall be absorbed by the municipality of Anchorage.
Correct. That's absolutely what we found. So then, Mr. Levesque, as we look at our adjusted assessment rolls, I'm not seeing that amount on these rolls.
Correct. And so
Right.
that needs to be
Okay.
changed
So,
on the
Mr.
roll.
Chair, in the order, my intent, I'm not going to piecemeal this on the floor. We've spent months
Appreciate
and
you
months
don't.
to get this right. So at this point, Mr. Chair, I would give the the administration direction to actually, we've adopted this. Please incorporate and clean it up. We need to reflect the Assembly's findings. Mr. Wheeler, does that make sense to you?
Through the chair, I understand your motion to be to direct us to conform the roll to the Assembly's decision. So we'll adjust the roll to reflect the lower amount, and we'll adjust any interest accordingly.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you. So, Mr. Chair, it'll be my intent to postpone all three items, and at this time, I will move to postpone item 13.
Hold on, ma'am.
Through the chair.
We're taking one at a time. Remember now, we took it one at a time. Mr. Flynn made the motion to approve 193. So your motion is to postpone 193. We'll do the others in turn.
Okay.
Till the
So let me,
14th.
let's just,
What?
everybody stop for 1 second. We're not going to piecemeal this on the floor. I want to postpone this. I want the administration to fix it, and we will deal with it at the next Assembly meeting.
I know, but
Okay? Mr. Levesque,
I got a second for you. Mr. Wheeler, anything else?
Through the chair, Ms. Dembowski, our intention was to take your direction tonight and fix the roll. You can approve it tonight. It's just a ministerial act to make the adjustments.
I understand that, and I know Mr. Evans spoke with our special counsel, and our direction was to just fix it and bring it back next meeting. So, I understand we do this on the floor all the time. I want to approve the right document. That's my wish, so that's what I put in front of the body.
Yeah.
So I move to postpone this item until our meeting on April 14th.
Since Ms. Dembowski has a frozen screen, I'll make that motion on her behalf.
Yes, we did. We made a motion to approve And now we've got a motion in front of us to postpone the action on this item until our meeting of April 14th. Any objection to that? Mr. Holdeman?
I vote yes.
Okay, sir.
No.
That item will come back in front of us on the 14th of April. Now, Mr. Flynn, I need you to make a motion to approve 2014-194, and then we'll make the motion to postpone it.
Understood. I will make the motion to approve item 13F.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Johnston. Mr. Flynn, ask unanimous consent. Mr. Flynn? Excuse me, Mr. Holdeman?
Yeah, I don't think you want what
No, I don't. Mr. Holdeman?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Flynn, you want to make the next motion to postpone this to the 14th?
Yes, please.
We've got to get her system working down there.
On behalf of Ms. Domboski, I move to postpone item 13F to our meeting of April 14.
Moved and seconded. I ask unanimous consent. Mr. Holdeman?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. The next one is item 13G, 2014-195. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, sir. As soon as I will make a motion on behalf of Ms. Domboski to postpone this item.
Now, you want to make the motion to approve it
motion
first.
to approve item 13G.
Okay.
It appears I have a second from Ms. Johnston.
Yes, you do. Ask unanimous consent.
No,
Mr. Holdeman?
I don't want unanimous consent to approve because I want to move to postpone.
I know. But okay. His motion was to approve.
Correct.
We're going to do the next one.
Now I'd like to make a motion to postpone item 13G to consideration at our meeting of April 14.
Ask unanimous consent.
Yes.
Mr. Holdeman? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thanks for all your work on this for everybody. Amy and Bill and Mr. Flynn for being the person to push the button because she can't get there.
Mr. Flynn's always pushing my buttons. I'm just kidding.
Don't
Mr.
about it.
Mr.
Don't
Chair,
start
I just want to say thank you to the body and Mr. Levesque. I know this is onerous. I know I'm being very nitpicky on this particular item, but it is super critical that we do it and we do it right, and the body gets to see what's before them in black and white before we approve it. So I appreciate your patience.
Ma'am, I don't want to go back through this again, so we want to take this one piece at a time to make sure we're absolutely correct. Next item for us, item 14A, Ordinance CO 2015-22, an ordinance determining and approving the total amount of the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for its fiscal year 2015-2016, and determining and appropriating the portion of the a portion of the Assembly approved budget amount to be made available from local sources. And this thing is going to be open for public hearing. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly, spell your last name for us. And there's also item 14A1, a state memorandum, AM 114-2015 that goes along with it. And I've got to turn it over to you, Madam Chair. Before you come up and testify.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Trainee. I was dealing with something else. Welcome. Please state your name and spell your last name. Oh, I'm sorry.
We'll get there.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have to declare an annual conflict of interest because my wife's a school teacher with the Anchorage School District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now, of course, the amount that she gets is de minimis compared to the school budget. But I'm not going to say anything else because sometimes she gets mad at me when I go on it. Learn to shut my mouth.
Mr. Trainee, I believe that you declare a conflict every single year, and I also believe that the ruling is that you do have a conflict. And if I'm wrong, please somebody correct me. But my ruling is that you do have a conflict, Mr. Trainee.
That what?
That you have a conflict.
Oh, then I'll leave.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
The body has traditionally ruled that Mr. Trainee does not have a conflict because approval of this action does not affect whether Mr. Trainee's wife is employed with the district. She has sufficient seniority and the budget is sufficiently sized that no matter what we do, she would remain employed, and therefore we've compelled Mr. Trainee to participate. So I respectfully request you reconsider your finding, ma'am.
Mr. Flynn, thank you very much for your memory superseding what mine was, and I appreciate that. And with that said, Mr. Trainee, you don't have a conflict, and you're welcome to stay and join us until midnight. Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you. Ed Graff, for the record. Ed, E-D-G-R-A-F-F, Superintendent, Anchorage School District. Chairman Trainee, members of the Assembly, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to ask for your consideration of approving our annual budget excuse me, for the 2015-16 school year. Appreciated the opportunity also to talk with you and present our budget earlier at our joint assembly meeting Friday the 13th. And hopefully you received the follow-up questions that were presented at the joint assembly meeting. We sent those to the clerk, I believe, last Friday. And so we're here tonight to answer any questions you might have. I have staff here, Mark Foster, our CFO, as well as the school board president, Mr. Eric Croft. And just want to again thank you for the consideration. Our budget is really focused on student engagement, making sure that we prioritize our resources toward our strategic plan and Destination 2020, ensuring that the students are getting their needs met this year while also being mindful of what we need to do moving forward. So at this point, I'd be happy to respond to any questions from the Assembly. And
thank you, Superintendent. Ms. Johnston has a question for you, sir.
So, if I read this correctly, it was $9.5 million from the one-time, the 3-year plan. Oh, God, has been a long night. One-time funding from the state. Is that correct?
That is the state contribution we have from HB 278, one-time funding over a 3-year period, $9.5 million roughly.
Yeah, I think it looks like. And then has the governor changed in his thinking as far as he didn't have that in his budget? Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, I met with the governor in January and shared our current situation and our proposal, and I believe a week later he presented his proposal, which reduced these funds that were put in statute through HB 278. I do not know if he's made any further changes or comments.
And how much did he reduce them by?
He reduced them the full amount of the one-time funding that we were to receive. That's what he proposed to the legislature.
And have you had any feeling from the legislature that they're going to put those funds back in?
At this time, I believe they are still moving forward with the governor's proposal, and that is part of the conversation that is taking place. And I don't know the exact location of where that bill is, but it's still matching what the governor has at this point.
But you do have them included in this year's budget, is that correct?
When we developed our budget, we developed it based on what was in statute, based on what the legislation that was approved last year. And that's what we do annually, is that we put our budget forward. Because of the timing of it, we put it forward as to what's in statute. So it was included into our conversation that we had with the public through the presentation that was given to the board, the 2 public hearings that we had. And it's currently in this proposal that's in front of you tonight.
So what are you going to do when it doesn't come down the pike?
We have developed our budget based on what's in statute, and the session ends, I believe, on the 20th of April. And if at that time that is what the final outcome is through the legislature, then we will take that into consideration and go back through what our options are to us at that time.
And does that change at all what amount the municipality can also contribute?
I believe there's an additional roughly $2.5 million that is the local contribution that is allowed in HB 278. So it would be a total of $12 million.
So it would be $12 million that you would have to either cut or find other funds for if you didn't get the funding, correct?
The total amount would be $12 million.
And would you go to fund balance? What would you do with that?
Those are conversations we've yet to have. I think part of the way that we develop our budget is through conversations with our stakeholders, from members of the community, the public, employees. And like I said, when we developed this budget, it was through that process that we came to the amount that we have here tonight. And so I would expect that we would have similar conversations in processing what those reductions would need to be if the legislature did approve what the governor has proposed.
You know my concern. I was rather blunt about it at our work session. And it does concern me because you have not given us a 6-year fiscal plan for 2 years. You gave us sort of a page last year, which was kind of a stab at it, but it wasn't really one. And I'm even asking for 3 years. Doesn't it bother you that we are looking at reduced revenues? I mean, this isn't a rumor out there. This has been something that's been stated by the governor. There doesn't seem to be any political will in the legislature to reinstate it. And you're not creating a fiscal plan that would provide sustainability over 3 to 6 years. And you're creating a budget at the best case scenario that's probably not going to work. And then, I mean, when you have a fiscal plan, at least you have an idea of what fiscal cliff you're jumping off from. And I don't feel, I mean, right here tonight, you're telling me that it's a $12 million fiscal cliff, but I'm not sure what it is beyond that. So have you come up with, remember we had a discussion, I would like a 3-year fiscal plan. Have you been working on that?
I understand your concern. It is something we've been talking about. And what we've created here is a budget based on what's in statute. And I know that there's a lot of uncertainty about what the future holds financially for the state of Alaska. What I also know is that there's a lot of certainty as to what our students need and what I'm required to provide for them in order to ensure that they have a quality education. And so I'm balancing that out. I'm mindful of what the future holds, but I'm very aware of what our needs are. And so I believe that the responsibility of understanding what is needed and balancing that with what is, I guess, projected or anticipated is where we are with this budget. So we've been having the conversation, and I do feel like it is a responsible approach, and we are in a position where we've made the decision. Our board recently approved a resolution to support keeping the promise of the funding that was made in HB 278. So I'm not prepared tonight to do anything other than present to you what we have approved through our process.
Yeah, I'm concerned because you're doing a budget on something that isn't there, and instead of doing a budget on controlling expenses, and as I said, this is just as much about my grandchildren as it is about any child. You know, I'm concerned because they're just starting out in elementary school. But anyways, that's more of a debate, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry I went off.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Starr?
I used to harp on that fiscal plan drum pretty solidly for reasons such as when you hit her up in the road, you kind of know where you have to adjust quickly. So I think Ms. Johnson said it eloquently, but if it's not the policy to develop a long-range look, then I guess it isn't. My question is about the proposal down in Juneau on the debt reimbursement discussion that's taking place, where there's now an amendment to bring it back retroactive to January. Your budget book talks about $68 million worth of unissued bonds, but you anticipate issuing them, and so your debt service and your principal payments anticipate, in this case, $58 million, $59 million of principal, $28 million worth of debt service, anticipating that you'll sell the $68 million remaining. Are we sure that the language in the amendment for future issued bonds does not include this $68 million? Even though they were passed with the promise of debt reimbursement, technically they haven't been issued yet. So do we know clearly that we're not going to be on the hook for the full principal and full interest amount?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, those are discussions we're currently having with legal counsel right now to determine exactly what implications there might be for proposal that's out there with the legislature.
Yeah, the $68 million on the books is not atypical. I've asked the question before on every time you issue bonds as well, property taxes go up too. So Mr. Foster and I have had a brief conversation about not flooding the market just to get the debt reimbursement. That would be havoc on the taxpayer to have a big spike there. So hopefully you guys are taking all of that into consideration as you plan this through, but it would be alarming if $68 million of issued bonds. The next question is the ballot question that's coming up. Have we done a different information campaign or a voter discussion that puts that uncertainty out there? Because a couple of times I've seen it, it says it's going to be debt reimbursed, and in fact, that's not an accurate statement entirely.
We have in our bond language that it says 60/70 debt reimbursement, if provided by the state, would be this amount for every $100,000. And but we also have the actual language as well of what the cost would be if that debt reimbursement wasn't available. So we made sure that the dollar amount to the voters is stated, and then we also have clarification that if there was 60/70% debt reimbursement was available, this would be
I know
good.
you don't have much influence over school bonds, yes, folks, but are they out there working the community councils and sending our message as well?
We do have School Bonds Yes active, in my understanding. There's been some transition with the leadership of that organization, but they are out there actively promoting and doing their part.
Thank you. Thanks for the answers.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Anything else, sir?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to testify? Please state your name and spell your last name, please. Thank you.
My name is Karen Perry, P-E-R-R-Y, and okay. I'm concerned about the timing of this budget. If we don't have a budget and the legislature hasn't set any funds aside at this point to fund education, why are we putting the cart before the horse? I say that we should wait until we get the numbers from the state, until the state budgets are finalized. I do not agree with Mr. Graff saying that this is a responsible approach. It's not responsible to spend money that we don't even know we have. I've lived in my home out in Eagle River for close to 15 years. And in that time, my property taxes have doubled. We are on a fixed income. My husband is a senior citizen. I stay home and home educate my kids, so all the property taxes I pay for the schools, I don't get to see any value out of that, although we are starting to use a charter school. But anyway, there is a lot of money in this budget on number 9, F1, for technology. And I don't know, but a lot of that may or may not have to do with Common Core, and there's pushback on Common Core all across the country. Students are walking out on the tests, teachers are refusing to administer the tests, and so I just really question the timing of this, and I would ask that you just delay this until we know the numbers from the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Welcome, sir. Please state your name and spell your last.
Yeah, David Neese, last name spelled N-E-E-S. I've been here before, and I have talked about the fact that the district's budget seems to be overly inflated to me. Looking at the CAFR for the last couple of years, I don't know if you have had a chance to look at it. The ASD deposited $36 million of surplus funds into the reserve accounts in 2013 and $38 million in extra funds in 2014. To put that in numbers, that's the operating expenses for 18 and 19 elementary schools for an entire year. Why they have to have that much money puzzles me. The budget this year is based on a best case scenario, I think, as Assemblyman Johnston said. I can assure you the mood in the state legislature right now is not to bring the amount in that the governor took out. This budget includes it. It shouldn't be in there. You have to either approve or not approve this budget tonight, I think, on the timeline. If you don't approve it, it becomes automatic. I would like to remind the mayor, you do have the veto power over this department called the Anchorage School District. Mayor Mystrom got that decided in the Supreme Court in 2001, a case called Municipality of Anchorage versus Rapinski, October 26, 2001. So if you, Mr. Mayor, believe that the budget is inflated like Ms. Johnson, you have the ability to strike that amount. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. David Boyle, B-O-Y-L-E, speaking for myself. Chairman, Training Assembly members, Mayor Sullivan. I'd like to reiterate what the previous speaker just said. The school district, 2 years ago in their CAFR, they are a profit-making organization. They made $36 million. That's $36 million more than they spent. Last year, according to the 2014 CAFR, likewise, they made $38 million. So actually, not being a nonprofit, they are a for-profit making agency. Assemblymember Johnston had a question on the governor's cuts. They are still in the House Bill 72, which is the operating budget. That passed on the House floor a week ago last Thursday. It's over in the Senate, and I believe those cuts will remain in the budget because they're cutting a lot more. Mr. Starr had a question as to the debt reimbursement for bonds. That's House Bill 136 and Senate Bill 64. The school district right now has $138 million of bonds that have been authorized by the voters but not yet issued. So I think we need to be very careful as to whether we're either going to issue those bonds because of the fiscal crunch in the future this state is in. Now, according to the conversations on the debt reimbursement bills in both the House and the Senate, they have grandfathered all the previous authorizations. In other words, those that the voters have approved. That's been the conversation in the committees. And the debt reimbursement bill in both houses now, both bodies, is effective the 1st of January 2015. So if the governor signs those bills cutting debt reimbursement for the schools then before April 7th, then those bonds will not be reimbursed by the state. And I'd like to second the previous speaker. I'd like to have the mayor cut $17 million out of the school district's budget. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you, sir. Welcome, ma'am.
My name is Miranda Walso, last name W-A-L-S-O. Education in this country is provided as a public service. It's funded from government dollars, which are raised primarily through taxes. No matter how efficient it gets, no matter whatever, as long as it's a public service, it will not make money. It's not a business. They don't take any in. It will always cost us money. There are ways we can do it more efficiently for less money, but we're never suddenly going to be making millions of dollars by providing a service to thousands of kids. It would be irresponsible for the school district budget to be created on things that haven't happened yet. Politically, we all know there are so many talks going on with the budget. Every year we talk about different funding sources, what the price of oil is going to be, taxes, different things within the state, and how we're going to use that revenue. Until it's decided and approved, you should not take that as something that you're going to build an entire public system off of, especially when it comes to providing for our children. That being said, the school district, I've gone to all of the school district meetings. I've gone to the budget and audit reports. I've been involved with the budget process. They are taking it into consideration. But for them to put that in this budget without something factual and legal to base it off of would be irresponsible. There are obviously still ways we can make it cheaper for us to provide this service to our students. One of the things they did this year was look at surplus and whether there was room in the budget that they could use strategically going forward. They learned a lot because it wasn't handled as well as it could have been. There was a lot of public outcry and confusion over it. However, they tried. At least they took the step to say, where are we at? Is this where we're going to be? And what can we do to do that better? That is strategic. They're using that time to begin creating the plans that they've recognized we don't have. Financial forecasting is hard when you're dependent on somebody else for your money. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward.
Finally, my name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V-E-E-2. Obviously, Mr. Graff hasn't done his homework. We need to know, like Mrs. Johnson said, a 3-year plan. Anticipate the state not giving you anything. Anticipate this, because they probably won't. They don't have it. If they did have it, they'd put it to someplace else. So, I mean, it's like buying a car and not knowing the price. This needs to be postponed. You need more facts. I'm a taxpayer. I'm getting taxed to death. And hey, when the elections come up, I'm going to be looking at that as a factor. And I vote as in a group, so we could actually turn the tide if it's close. I'm telling you, we are being taxed to death, and the schools, they're kicking loose students. I mean, I don't think these people know how to read or write. It's gotten so bad, restaurants have to put little symbols instead of typing it in, the numbers. They have to put little, like a hamburger. Okay, they see a hamburger. They see French fries. That's how bad it's gotten. You know, if we're going to spend money, we need to get our money's worth. And we need to know, how much is this really going to cost? We need a plan. Or else, let's bury this. Let's postpone it until after we know the facts. Let's find out what the state is going to do. I mean, that's common sense. Does anybody have any questions?
Don't appear to be any for you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. I've been waiting patiently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. I just wanted to commend the South Anchorage High School on the forum that they held today, where they allowed the mayoral candidates to speak, and it was completely run by the students in the U.S. government class at South Anchorage High School and the audio-visual team. They worked collaboratively, and I believe that that type of event that was broadcasted not only in the South Anchorage High School, but also across the entire school district-wide live stream, and it's available on the internet. I believe that that type of community involvement is the kind of stuff that is going to help bolster the public school system to where people actually want to send their kids to these schools. And I believe that was just an amazing event. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the South Anchorage High School students who put that on, an unbiased media source that was not like Channel 2 News, who decides and dictates polls that are pulled out of thin air on the top 4 candidates that they will allow on their debate. But it's just regular people holding an open debate. So I just wanted to commend the South Anchorage High School students for putting on a good display of the First Amendment rights to the Constitution within the school system, which is available on the internet.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. I don't look forward to having to say what I'm going to say here. Fact is, I really don't want to have to say it. But the problem is we're still looking at about a third of ninth graders that don't graduate because they can't pass an 8th grade level test. Of the ones that do graduate, how many graduate at the 8th grade level? We're not getting our bang for our buck here, not at all. Alaska should be ahead of Singapore. We should have the finest education on the planet, and we are way far from it. I hate to have to say this, but Mr. Graff, he's a nice guy. I had kids graduate when he was principal at East. He's a nice guy, but I really don't think he does know what it takes to get these kids where they need to be. What we've got is kindergarten teachers with over 20 students. These are kids coming out of the trailer courts, out of the apartment buildings, out of the 8A housing. These are kids out of welfare homes. A lot of them don't even speak English. We got over 20 students in a kindergarten class. How can a teacher most of them don't speak English. How can a teacher possibly get these kids where they need to be when there's over 20 of them? You can't have but 6 in a daycare. That's the ratio, 6 to 1. We got some problems here. The taxpayers spend big bucks. We float bonds. We buy Taj Mahal facilities all over this town. Do we use them? No. They're closed in the evenings. And then we just go ahead and board them up, shutter them up for a third of the year, the summer. Can we afford to have these properties boarded up for a third of the year? I don't think so. That's not prudent. We got a budget problem? Hey, we should not build another school for 30 years. Let's use those schools. We got libraries on every corner. Let's use them. We got the NEA, and I'm kind of a pro-union guy. But the NEA, they represent their members as first, second, third, and fourth class. Now, you know, the fourth class teachers probably aren't too happy with that. I wouldn't be. They don't have the sweetheart deal that the first, second, and third class people do. Not only that, they act more like a political action committee than a union. They're not trying to better the product. They're not trying to get it done. It's a political action committee. They fund a lot of folks, a lot of politicians. There may be some in this room. I don't know. I got a little more to say. I'd like to say more.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Thank you.
Take care, sir. Welcome, sir.
Hello, my name is Nick Stout, S-T-O-U-T. I think the man that just spoke before me is a jackass. He obviously has not spent time in the classroom doing their absolute best.
Don't interrupt, but we do have rules of decorum here. I'd appreciate you reconsidering your use of your language.
I apologize.
Go ahead, sir. We'll reset your time. Go ahead.
Teachers do their best with the students that they have. We do everything we can for every student that we get, no matter whether they had breakfast, an abusive situation at home, or they're pregnant. We educate those kids that come to the best of our ability, and no, it's not cheap. It's not us that set the rules on what a kid does at home, or how they're treated, or the things that they have at their advantage at home. But we can provide them with a quality education, we can provide them food, and all those things cost money at lunch. And a lot of those things are supported by the state. The state budget is established. If you really want to solve our problem, you need to put pressure on the state to forward fund education. That would solve a lot of these problems. But it's not your decision to do anything with that. Forward funding education gives you that roadmap. Providing individuals with the resources that they need to educate students is what they need. Providing students with the opportunity to learn is what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Hello, my name is David DiCaprio, D-E-C-A-P-R-I-O. And with respect to the other speakers, I'm a little confused because this is about the budget, not so much the quality of what's done with that money. And I'm looking and reading this ordinance, and the years are wrong. A budget is a projection. We know what salaries are going to cost for the year September to May. That's not a question. We know what the taxes will be if there are any. These are foreseeable numbers. You don't have a budget, I don't think, according to other speakers, to work with. You don't have these numbers to make an approval. So I'm a little bit confused. The annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for its fiscal year 2015-16 is half over. You're being asked to reimburse monies already spent or subsidize monies already spent. That's not a budget. That's not a projection. Mrs. Johnson, I agree with you 100%. If you haven't been getting these budget projections, either or, for the last 3 years, I think it's time to put your foot down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnson has a question.
I just, for clarification, the budget 2015-2016, it's a budget year of July 1st. So that's.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing saying none, public testimony is closed. The body. Moved by Ms. Jackson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Steele. Jennifer, ma'am.
I'm sure this doesn't surprise anybody. I have an amendment for line 14, and I'd like to amend the financial plan in the amount of where it says $784,243,730. I would like to reduce that by $9,500,000.
Second.
And the figure there would be $784,743,730.
Jennifer, on line 14, it's going to read what?
$784,743,730.
I think you meant to say 774,000 million.
It's getting late, but I
Right, yes, you're right, you are right. Yeah, 7, sorry, it is. God, it's not even 10 yet.
Aren't you catching a plane tonight?
Yeah, $774,743,730.
And that was seconded by Ms. Nabowski. To speak to your amendment, ma'am?
I think, and I apologize to Mr. Graff because I did stop asking questions and went more into debate, and I apologize for that. That's very bad form. But it's basically, I think we could make it easier for the school district now to go back and start planning accordingly. This isn't taking the full $12 million out, which probably there will be an additional $2.5 million that we on the municipal side cannot pay. And I'm not sure what they might be able to get that from their fund balance, but I think they really need this extra time to work with the figures that I think they're going to be getting. And I almost see it more of a favor.
Mr. Flynn, on the amendment in front of us, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate Ms. Johnston's intent here. I'm hesitant to support the amendment for a couple of reasons. One, I take the district at their word that they are in fact already addressing the potential of lost revenue from the state, and so I don't think our taking this, passing this amendment would make them do that more actively. They'll do it anyway. And second, and perhaps more importantly, one of the ways in which I feel that we have advanced the debate in the legislature is by showing our support. We are one of the few districts in the state that fully funds our school district to the maximum extent allowed by law. And I think if we want to use coercive language, but I think if we take our foot off the gas now, we give them cover, we give the legislature cover to take steps that we may prefer they not make. And so I would prefer some intent language that directs the school district to look at this scenario, but I'd prefer not to say this is the way it's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Any discussion before we vote? Please vote. A yes will amend the document, a no will not. Mr. Honeman?
No.
The vote is 7-4. The document is not amended in front of us. A motion to approve AO 2015-122 in front of us. Any other discussion? Ms. Jenston?
Well, I was just trying to take Mr. Flynn's words to heart, and I'm trying to figure out how we could put that into this budget proposal.
We'll make you a deal. I'll work on a draft resolution with you, and we'll have it for the next meeting.
Because for it to work, it's going to also have to have at least a 3-year fiscal plan.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Evans, sir, on the document in front of us.
Yes, sir, and I want to start by apologizing on behalf of all the residents of District 6 for electing a very naive idealist on this issue. So you know where this is going. Every now and then you have to sit through my rants and expositions about things that aren't necessarily helpful. I was going to suggest if anybody needs to take a break,
There. Start the timer.
this might be the good time to do it. When us right-wing conservatives gather in our secret covens or on AM radio, you'll hear us talk a lot about essential functions of government. And we always say the exact same thing. We all say it. It's like a pass to get into the club. Public safety, infrastructure, education. And it's always in that order. But education is always included, and it's always third. In thinking about this budget issue, I think a good cause can be made that it needs to be moved up in that order in our discussions. Because I believe that a good case can be made that education is the most important essential function of government, especially with our form of government, where everybody has to participate. It's left to God and the angels to be onlookers. In a Republican form of government, the rest of us have duties of citizenship. We run the government. We are the sovereigns. If we are not educated, everything is going to run into the ground. So I think even though public safety and infrastructure may be more immediate needs at times, education is the fundamental job we have to do in order to make sure our government works properly. Now, I can also speak, from personal experience. I was the first one in my family to graduate from high school, not college, but just high school. So I have firsthand knowledge of the transformative effects of education, whether it's formal or informal. But I also think it's a mistake to equate our commitment to education with the amount of the budget that we pass. It's really ridiculous to say that, somebody who supports a budget for $786 million a year is a friend of education, but somebody who's supporting it for $769 million a year is somehow an enemy of education. The fact, and that's why I'm not that upset about, the school district's budget this year, the fact that, they added staff, even though, everybody says the sky's falling in a fiscal way, because I think debating over that $9 million or not is really like the political equivalent of rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. I think we missed the big picture. And I don't have a degree in education. I've never been a teacher. I've never been a school administrator or district administrator, barely passed high school. But I'm pretty convinced that what we really need and what we just don't talk about is we need a revolution in education, in public education. And I think there's no reason it can't start in Anchorage. And I'm not talking about amending it. I'm not talking about modifying it or making a few changes to it. I'm talking about a legitimate, good old-fashioned revolution. That would include, among other things, I believe, getting away from all the standardized tests that are not really designed to test our children, but are designed to test the effective job our teachers are doing. I think we have to unleash the creativity of our teachers who want to teach. We have to allow them to teach instead of forcing rigid curriculum on them where they become just the messengers delivering this pre-formatted curriculum to the students. I think it's important that we challenge our students. I think our schools aren't rigorous enough. I think we undersell our students' capabilities by kind of dumbing down in a way how hard school is. I think we sell our kids short in that regard. I think it's vitally important that we decentralize public education as much as humanly possible. And if there are laws, state laws and federal laws, or local laws that are getting in the way, I think we have to vigorously advocate for changing those laws to allow us to decentralize. And in that same regard, we have to create and demand innovation and creativity between our schools and between our teachers. We have to basically create a competitive system within public education in order for it to grow and improve over time. And to keep the Titanic analogy going, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Now, there's going to be myriad people who are going to say that can't be done. He's just idealistic. There's too many obstacles to doing those sort of things. But that is the nature of revolution. And it's very possible the revolutionaries are just people that are too stupid to realize something can't be done, so they go ahead and do it anyway. 80 years from now, we're all going to be dead. Kind of a bummer. Except possibly Mr. Traney. And he'll still be on the assembly. And let it not be said of us in our hour that we kept the education budget up with inflation. Let's not let that be our highest goal or our highest achievement. Instead, let them say about us that we dared to revolutionize public education, that we dreamed that Anchorage could have the most innovative, most creative, and best public school system in the country, and that we had the courage to follow through on that dream. I think that is what we owe to our children. I think that is what we owe to the taxpayers of Anchorage, and I think that's what we owe to ourselves. So I'm going to vote no on the budget, and it's not because I don't think the people in the school district are doing a good job. I've seen the school board work. I've seen Mr. Graff and all those people working very hard for this. My vote is simply my puny little measure to try to get attention to reform the system, to revolutionize the system. It's just a small vote for revolution. Thank you.
Well, I disagree.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Evans is absolutely right. Education is the most important thing that we do. It's the next generation. And these people know what works. But they, and Ms. Johnson is absolutely right. It would be nice to have a 3-year budget. But they don't control the variables. They don't know how many kids are going to show up or what condition they're in, what their needs are. You see these dates that they thought were wrong. That's because that budget starts here in a couple of months. And they don't know what they're going to get. The school district has no taxing authority. The school district is a beggar of funds. They beg from the state, and they don't know what they're going to get. Still don't know. They don't know until the legislative session ends. And then the state dictates how much we can contribute at the local level. And so we have to make those adjustments there on this august authority. But so they get funding from the state, maybe. They get funding from the local government, maybe. They may even get some chargebacks where we charge them for things to scrape back a little of that money that we gave the school district. And then they try to make up the difference by going out and beating the bush and getting grants. The federal government gives some grants sometimes. Usually they come with strings attached. So they don't have control over the money. They don't have control over the kids that come. Summer school, we know that works, but summer school is not a mandated requirement. So in a lean budget year, that's one of the first things to go. They've got a tough job. Yes, it would be nice to have a 3-year budget, but it's a guess. It's a guess at this point. What do you think it is for the next year and the year after that? It's a guess. You don't know how many kids you got. And then at the end of the year, because you missed the deadline, you have to give all your teachers pink slips. So you don't create enough teachers in the state, so you have to go out and recruit. You recruit them. They come up. They have to get their license. That's expensive. They're fresh out of school, so they've got student loans to pay. They work for a year. They're happy. They do a great job. You give them a pink slip at the end. Say thanks. This is not an easy business. There are variables out there that impact it, and we cannot hold them to some of the planning standards that we would like to, because there are too many unknowns. This is just a guess. They'll be back to adjust the budget no matter what happens. And, I will be a yes vote on the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had to concur with both the previous speakers on several points, and without repeating a lot, I can tell you that we can't spend our way out of a problem, and we certainly can't save our way out of a problem as well. So when we're talking innovation and we're talking about reforming our schools to be the best public school system in America, and maybe perhaps even in the world, we're certainly not going to do it by shaving off $9 million, or even perhaps not even adding $9 million, unless, of course, it comes down to whether or not we're going to be able to perform our basic functions. So, as much as I've got to tell you, the personal story, I have great hope for our future. I'm watching some of the people whose their kids are my kids' age growing up, now becoming teachers, and I know the enthusiasm. I see the spark in their eyes. I see the energy that they're putting towards trying to mold and shape and better our community by giving back, if you will, going through the public school system, going off to college, whether it be here in town or out of state, and coming back and actually teaching in our public schools. And I find it wonderful. I've actually been in the schools here recently. We did Dr. Seuss Read Across America Day in one of the very classrooms. The teachers that young lady who was a little girl when I first met her through her friends of the family. And so I know there's reform ahead, and I know there's positive energy out there. And the shame of it is that what we're doing now is talking about whether or not, as Mr. Steele points out, she gets to stay in her job, or that perhaps in 20 or 30 years she might be able to look forward towards retirement. We're just cutting it off at every corner and making it more and more difficult for these people to not just to recruit them, not just to get them in the classrooms to teach, but then to retain those quality, talented people. And I think that's a shame. And I'll just tell you one other personal story. We talked about expense. I use the same example each and every time, and that's, I'll go one step further. When I was a young man in the military, and my wife was an entry-level GS employee of the federal government, our daycare bills were well over $1,000 a month. That's $12,000 a year. That's about $6,000 a kid. And that was daycare in a nonprofit church-run center. And well over $1,000. At some points it was $1,200 and $1,400 a month. And that was back 30-some years ago, 33, 34 years ago, our children are. And they both are products of the public schools, as is my wife and I. And we need to get behind our schools, and maybe it's not an extra $9 million or taking away $9 million, but we need to make sure we find the right formula and get it there. And it's a heck of a lot cheaper to educate our kids in a public school system than it is to put them in a prison and try to house them and pay the cost of that. It's about three to four times as much. So I think we need to do simple math and to make a smart choice here. So I'm going to be a yes on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know what happened. Maybe I've got a really good mailman, but for some reason I never got my membership card to the Right Wing Club, although I do appear on AM radio periodically. I have perhaps a slightly more modest proposal for Mr. Evans, and I have been brainstorming about this for several months now, and since Mr. Graff and Mr. Croft are stuck here with us, it now seems like a good time to roll it out. As some of you know, my eldest son is a student at Denali Montessori. And having been around Anchorage schools most of my life, both as a student and a parent, I've decided that that is perhaps the finest model that we have an example of in the Anchorage School District, in that it has a magnet component that draws students from around the district and a neighborhood component. So if you live in the area, you're in automatically, and you're not separated like you are, for example, at Government Hill, where you have the immersion program and the regular program. All the kids are in the same magnet program. The advantage of that is my kid, who was born on third base, gets to mix with kids who were born not quite to the plate yet, frankly, and he gets to learn that not everybody gets to go skiing. Not everybody gets to go on vacation. Not everybody has two parents, or even one. And I think every elementary school in the Anchorage School District should be moving toward that model, where there is a magnet component, whether it's the ABC program at Northern Lights, or an immersion program like they have at Turnagain and Government Hill and Sand Lake and others, or the Montessori program, or the optional program that I went to. When I went to the optional program at Chugach, it started out neighborhood one side, optional the other. It ultimately became all optional, and the only kids from the neighborhood who got in were the ones who opted in that first year when it went all optional. So that's the model, I think, that may not be quite as radical a revolution as you would advocate for, Mr. Evans, but I think would move our district forward in a remarkable manner. So, Mr. Graff, Mr. Croft, I'm not on the school board, but I think that's something worth looking at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your mic on.
Sorry. Thank you. Here's what I want from the school board. What I want you guys is, let's come up with when you want to submit your budget. Right now, it has to come to us in March. It came to us on the 2nd of March this year. I want to change the system. We've talked about it before. So bring it forward to us so we know what you're getting before your budget's due to us. Because what's going to happen now is the state will take their lazy time at it and tell you how much you're going to get, and then you can be back in front of us again with another budget that says, well, we came for this much, this is what we got, so now you got to approve this budget. I hate to see you guys keep doing this every year. I'd rather work with a realistic budget when you know what you're getting from the state. Reading the state constitution, they've got a few things the state's supposed to do. One's public safety, another one's education. And I don't see the state living up to the state constitution, but I think that's what the court case in Ketchikan's about. Because the state is ultimately responsible for the education of the children that live in this state. So with that, I'll be voting for this. Please vote.
Yes.
Mr. Honeman. That is approved. The vote is 8-3. Next item in front of us, item 14B, ordinance AO 2014-134, an ordinance amending the Anchorage zoning map and to amend the PC district by adopting a master plan in accordance with AMC 20.40.050A3 for portions of the northeast 1/4 of section 17, 1015 north, R1 west, Southern Meridian, lying southeast of the Old Glen Highway. Public hearing. Public hearing. This item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name.
Mr. Chairman,
Hello, Mr. Potter.
my name is Tim Potter, last name spelled P-O-T-T-E-R, Dowell, representing Eklutna Inc. tonight. And before I get started, I just want to say thank you very much, because that was probably some of the best competent debate appropriate to government elected officials that I've heard here for a while, and thank you. It showed diverse interests, diverse thoughts, but everybody was listening to each other and taking it all in. I appreciate that. Going forward to Eklutna's request to rezone a 68-acre parcel of land at the north end of their 770 parcel, which is directly abutting, the 60 acres directly abuts Loretta French Park and the Eagle River Chugiak Road District Maintenance Facility. I would like to start out on this event by indicating that as part of our request to go forward, Eklutna Inc., we are requesting that the monofill, inert monofill component of the uses in the table be eliminated. I believe Mr. Starr has passed out a tracked version that takes everything associated with the inert monofill, which has been not only a contentious issue in the community, but it is also a situation where, as many of you know, the old closed down Peters Creek landfill has a potential of contaminating Eklutna's adjacent property. And on the basis of that, Eklutna has determined that it's in their best interest to hold off any action that may confuse or cause an issue of trying to determine responsibility if in fact there is potential for and any leachate that reaches across the property. So with that in mind, it's a very significant modification. As you can see how much red there is. But this is a relatively simple thing. The PC zoning district requires that you do a master plan for the parcel that you propose to do any development on. And in the PC zoning district, you have to have an approved master plan before you can go forward with any development. I think it's important for you to look at the table of uses in the ordinance and recognize that of permitted uses that are allowed within this 68 acres, there are only 5 that are outright permitted uses that could go forward without a public process of some kind, whether it be a site plan review, a major site plan review, or a conditional use review. And those items are, just so that you follow, community garden, park, public or private, a community or police substation, a type 4 transmission tower, which is actually a stealth tower designed as something else, and a farmer's market. Everything else has to go through a public review process. This is a very limited list. It's very concise of what the uses can be, and I think affords protection to the community and is appropriate for this area adjacent to the park. Hope you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Potter.
If you do, ask.
Ms. Dembowski.
Hi, Mr. Potter. I just wanted to make sure you had the opportunity to finish your thought.
Did I have enough time?
Don't say that.
Oh, I never.
I know, I pulled a Honeman. See,
You know
I pulled a
me,
Honeman.
I never have enough time. But this effectively lays out, and I think my presentation did, it provides really a very concise, limited list of uses that was reviewed and worked with the community council on numerous meeting occasions that continued to pare down the list of uses. And really it appeared the only contentious issue was the inert monofill. Since that has been taken out of the master plan, off the list of uses, I believe that this is a fair option to go forward.
I just had one follow-up, Mr. Chair. Mr. Potter, since, I've been at many of those meetings where the monofill was discussed, with the changes in this, have you had interaction with the community council or gotten any feedback after those meetings? Have you had those meetings?
I have not personally been back on this specific issue to the community council. There was a news release put out early on Thursday that was supposed to, in our view, would have reached both the broadcast and print. It did not sure why, but that was to specifically indicate that Eklutna Inc. had withdrawn and would be requesting that the inert monofill use be eliminated.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. There's no other questions. Ms. Dembowski, relative to that, I told the community council the intention was to get rid of this monofill, and the representatives of the Federation took it back to their community council. That was on Wednesday, and they were very ecstatic. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward. Anyone at all? Here and say no one. Okay.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chairman. Thank you. My name is Maria Rentz, R-E-N-T-Z, President of the Chugach Community Council. I would just like to say thank you to Eklutna Incorporated and your shareholders and Mr. McQueen on withdrawing the proposed monofill from the master plan. I would also like to commend you on your continued commitment to the preservation of valuable wetlands in our community. Thank you for recognizing that the monofill at the Chugach location could be detrimental to the wetlands on the site and to the 1,200 acres that you recently conserved on the other side of the Glen Highway. The Community Council applauds the decision that you made to withdraw the monofill from the master plan. Now the master plan that we have in front of us warrants a closer look. I would like to, at some point, ask Mr. Potter to address the definition of a master plan, but I would like to continue with my statement first. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended to the Assembly that the rejection of this proposed rezone, that the Assembly reject the proposed rezone, citing several reasons. And I did notice that Mr. Ferguson is actually here, and he sat through the entire testimony a year or year and a half ago on this issue. I would like to read just a couple of the reasons that the Planning and Zoning Commission cited in their rejection of the plan. The Eklutna Monofill Master Plan identifies 3 development areas out of the 68-acre parcel, 10 acres for industrial use, 17 acres for monofill, and a 2-acre area that would be used as access to the monofill. The 3 development areas comprise less than half of the site, the Commission said. Now the 1 area that is left, is 10 acres and it comprises less than 15% of the total site. One of their other points states that it appears that the master plan was brought forward at this time for one specific use, which is the inert monofill, with little information on how the entire site is intended to be developed, other than a list of permitted, accessory, and conditional uses. I would like to state that I'm speaking on behalf of the Community Council, so hopefully I will have 5 minutes.
We're going to give you some more time.
Thank you.
You've got 19 seconds left. We'll give you another 2 minutes.
Thanks. Another one of their points, and this is the point that I think that the Planning and Zoning Commission really had a hard time with, is what defines a master plan. They said that a master plan provides information on how the property will be developed in terms of access, a traffic circulation system, utilities, and location of residential, institutional, commercial, and parks and open space uses. What this simply presents is a list of potential uses. And the last point that they made was that clarifications were needed in relation to the master plan. The development areas on the map presented during the public hearing were somewhat different from the development areas shown in the master plan, which was a cause for concern. This was a quote from their statement. So I would also like the Assembly to address the State of Alaska patent number 5253, which is attached to the parcels that comprise Loretta French Park. Parcel 15 is a part of the park and contains a portion of Kerbo Lane. Kerbo Lane is a park driveway, not a dedicated road. The patent clearly states that this parcel, among others, is, and I'm quoting, and I have a copy of the patent for your use, for your review. The patent states that parcel number 15 is subject to a use restriction for public recreation purposes only. This patent was applied and conveyed with the parcel when it was transferred from the state to the municipality of Anchorage. So to allow access to that 68-acre site, I would think would be in direct violation of the patent. Now, I think that probably everyone on the assembly. I trust that everyone on the assembly knows the conditions under which you can legally approve a rezone, and specifically a rezone from PC, which requires a master plan. So I would like you to think about whether or not the conditions of the definition of a master plan apply with what is left in this parcel. Don't get me wrong, we are honestly and truly appreciative of, you're right, the most contentious part of this, which was the landfill. However, we are at the same time worried about what this plan is. Is it clear?
Ma'am, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Question from Assembly members? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Those
you.
who wish to testify, please come forward.
My name is Karen Perry, P-E-R-R-Y, and I live out in that Chugiak area. I've lived out there for 30-plus years. I'm not totally familiar with this issue, so just have patience with me. My understanding is that this is really not a master plan. And for those of you familiar with our battle with MEA out in there in that so-called substation these last 2 years, in this ordinance, there is still a conditional use allowance for that monofill. So I'm concerned that at some point down the line, Eklutna will indeed, in fact, try to bring that monofill back in. And I've seen how corporations and even co-ops like MEA can take evidence to planning and zoning, and they distort the facts. Like one guy brought in a soil sample from a north part of a parcel and gave it to P&Z. Thankfully, they were able to ask questions and see through it, when the soil sample needed to be taken from the other end of the property where all the drainage occurred. So my concern is that this is not really a master plan at all. It just gives suggestions. And that is a park area. I suggest you drive out there and see what it is. There's a lot of children, people on the bike path, sledding hills, and I would be concerned that at some point, if they try to bring in an industrial monofill, that there would be a lot of heavy traffic and trucks in an area that's supposed to be user-friendly and family-friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski has a question. Ma'am?
I was just going to ask, Karen, did you get a chance to get the version that was handed out that took that monofill out?
I did not. I saw it for 2 minutes, but I didn't see any out in the entryway.
Right over there, she's waving it at you. If you look, you'll see they've struck out. They're getting you a copy right
Yes.
now. They've struck out all the references to monofills or inert waste sites. So Tim's going to hand it to you.
Okay, well, on here it says that
Here you go.
it is still in a conditional use permit on here. So I'm concerned, like the gal before me said, that this is really not a master plan. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jake Horazdowski, Horazdovsky. I'm the Secretary of the Chugiak Community Council, and I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. So I guess first of all, I'd like to thank Eklutna for pulling the monofill out of their application. I still have a few concerns with the master plan that's in front of us. I got this at the door tonight, which still references the original monofill master plan, which is this document. So I'm just a little bit confused at what is before the assembly tonight. Throughout this process, this has been a topic of extreme debate in our community. We've got a petition with like 800 signatures on it, with people that are opposed to this, including almost everyone that lives directly adjacent to it. So I just ask that the Assembly, when they review the revised plan, that we make sure that we strike all language from the regarding the monofill out of the final master plan that is passed, so that this is truly deleted from it. So when the planning department looks at this 10 or 15 years down the road, there will be no evidence that this was ever going to be proposed as a monofill, and only the uses remaining in this are left in. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Assembly. Thank you. My name is Stephen Ellis. Last name is spelled E-L-L-I-S. Chugiak resident for about 20 years. Greatly appreciate that the monofill has been removed from this ordinance. However, and I don't want to argue about whether this master plan is sufficient or not sufficient. There's a lot of different opinions on it. However, in the future, I would hope that the Assembly and the Planning and Zoning Commission looks at this area, the 770 plan, and we get more than just a little piece for master plan in the future. We need to look at it at the overall area. And again, without sufficient planning, you don't get good development in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward.
Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. Does Eklutna have any sovereignty? I mean, are they subject to all of this, or were they here before us? That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome,
Hello
sir.
again. Hello, David DiCaprio, D-E-C-A-P-R-I-O. I'm a resident pretty much across the street from this location, and we've been dealing with this for almost 3 years. I'm appreciative that the monofill has been removed from the application, but I do have other concerns, as some of the other people have mentioned, and one of them is if Eklutna is still affiliated with the Central Recycling, or whatever, by whichever name it goes by, and the effort to improve Ship Creek, which is their headquarters for their recycling process, I'm not sure if the verbiage in this particular change includes them relocating from Ship Creek into the 68-acre parcel. I think it should be considered by you folks that that may be another avenue through which they will not so much create a monofill, but create a debris field or something along those lines that may end up providing the same problems, but not an easy solution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Welcome, ma'am.
My name's Miranda Walso, last name W-A-L-S-O. I live out in Birchwood. I first heard about this several years ago from a friend of a friend who said, "Did you hear they're going to put a dump in that park?" I grew up going to that park. It's where I first tried to snowboard. Didn't end well. My daughters play there. As you've heard tonight, Chukiak and Eagle River, it's a very diverse community. There's very few things that we can all agree on. However, one thing that has been in this process is that people who have never before in their lives written or read a master plan or a zoning thing have made an effort to engage with the municipal government. I just wanted to say thank you to the assembly members as well as those who have worked with the councils on this issue. As we saw earlier, it's an issue that people who are much more knowledgeable than all of us can disagree over whether zoning or which department should oversee it, and it's something that is not easy for citizens who are trying to educate themselves at the same time they advocate for an issue to do. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone in all hearing say none. Public testimony is closed to us through the body. Mr. Starr.
Move to approve. Also have laid in front of us.
Moved to second, Mr. Starr.
Laid in front of us a fairly clear provided red line document that can act as an amendment, I believe, for a couple reasons. One of is tried to telegraph out at the last meeting my intention. And so hopefully folks had either question and answer series or not. So I'd like to move the document as presented, and I think it can be worked out as a formal amendment without reading each one.
I think so. Anything else, Mr. Starr?
Yeah, I'd like the amendment to pass, and I'd like to come back and speak to the entire motion and move on.
Okay. From assembly members. Okay. Could you second it audibly, Ms. Dembowski?
Second.
Thank you, ma'am. Comments from assembly members on this amendment, Ms. Dembowski? Because I still don't think you're working. We got to fix the system. It happened to me for a couple months.
Got it.
Yes, you're there.
I'm there. Well, this has been a journey, hasn't it? it has been a journey for all these residents in our community. I can't recall an issue in our community that was so passionately debated, and I think on both sides, there's good people on both sides. Both sides love our community. There's no question in my mind. And I want to say thank you to Eklutna. You know, I know it's very difficult going through some of the meetings you went through. I know it's very difficult hearing some of the things that were said. But I also know that through those conversations, we can grow stronger. We have to learn to be sometimes better listeners. Sometimes we have to learn to be more gracious. And sometimes we have to learn to be kinder to one another. But with that said, I know when Maria said that the community is very grateful that the monofill isn't part of the plan, I know that is coming from a good place. It is coming from a place of true appreciation. And I just want to say thank you for letting me be impartial throughout this process. I know it was difficult for the community council members who really wanted me to jump on board one way or another, but I felt it was my responsibility to be fair to both sides, to listen to both sides. So I just want to say thank you for that. So, you know, with that said, I'm happy to support the amendment to take the monofill out of the master plan. And with that, I'll go ahead and vote on this amendment, and then I'll have further comments.
No other discussion. Mr. Honeyman, any discussion on the amendment in front of us?
No, thanks.
Thank you. Please vote on the amendment in front of us. Mr. Honeyman? You vote yes? Okay. The item is approved. Now back as amended. Now the document in front of us had amended. Mr. Starr.
Well, I think there's been many contentious issues in the growing community, whether it be our comprehensive plans, our budgets at Parks and Rec, or Chapter 10. There's always going to be issues that come in front of us as a growing community. That's a lot of the reasons why I've run and stayed engaged for coming up on 8 years now in that community, so that we have the mechanisms that allow good and conscientious development to go on. In this particular case, you almost have to live there or be there or drive around it and walk the lands, and I've done plenty of that. You have to recognize also that this isn't untouched land. It's not perhaps virgin timber out there. There's a previous landfill. There's a park, a beautiful one. There's other uses. Our municipal road clearing services are tendered there. There's a wonderful stretch of undeveloped and treed land that's beautiful. But Anchorage is running out of that, so we're going to be faced with time and time again what it's going to take to bring lands to market. And this has been an example of government largesse to bring attractive land to market. Granted, the monofill, perhaps inappropriately termed, I'm not a fan of them either way, but I believe that we're going to need to address a recyclable model for our products that we come out of demoed buildings. We've got plenty of them, and we take them to the landfill and fill it up. It's not good. That said, I think we also have to recognize that this is private property, not necessarily PLI. There's some zoning that's kind of inferred. We've not done a great job of staying ahead of our zoning, partly because it's oftentimes contentious. It's oftentimes hard to know where our development trends are going as a community that's got lots of large tracts of land, much of it not ours, but yet owners of private property. What will happen next is the master plan is an outline, but as Mr. Potter so eloquently stated, the allowable uses that are just flat out permitted are limited, 5 of them, in fact. So what you'll see next is the typical process, more government involvement with conditional use debates. Those blue signs will pop up when we do an item that's in the conditional use category, and public will have a chance to engage in all of those conversations. If they become housing models, they'll become subdivision agreements and all of the things that go into road and infrastructure development. We've tried to engage MEA to look at substation power and try to put those pieces in order that yield good development. With the requirement for good development, however, comes customers. What are we going to do? Who's going to buy the land? Who's the development dollars going to come from? Those are Eklutna's challenges. Remember, they still own the land. They have to bring it to market. 770 is a huge tract. You're going to start hearing more of it. The modification to this clarifies the language in the new an acronym for it is the North 770 tract, which is truly that. There's a north, a middle, and a south tract, but it's huge in any regard. Mr. Ellis talked about bringing a larger tract so we knew where it was going. We tried that once in the Alpenglow model area, and I was guilty of bringing 780 tracts of homes into the market, and it turned out to be a disaster. I won't do that again. So the idea that we incrementally bring acreage to the marketplace, it either has to be done more diplomatically, a better process, or the community has to send a clearer message of where we're going. I take leadership role in that. We found some watershed quality issues caused by the municipality that we're working through those. The reaction was appropriate from both Mr. Vacalis and the mayor on we need to do more homework. The reaction was also appropriate from the Eklutna folks who we may have contaminated their adjacent lands. And I believe the appropriate answer in this case is to not visit a monofill that potentially can cloud that whole mix. It was a nice conversation to have when Eklutna said, hey, we want to do it. We want to take the monofill out and continue to develop that land to bring it to market, whether it be houses, infrastructure, whatever the conditional uses will allow. Development's coming to Chugiak Eagle River. I lived there, I have for 22 years. I see it, and it's going to happen for a lot of different reasons. It's not ruined yet. We just need to make it affordable. We need to bring affordable housing to market. But when you spend, no offense, Mr. Potter, on the engineering dollars, the engineering time, the meeting responses, all that, we're not bringing developable land to market at a pace that's going to be affordable. It's bureaucratic. Granted, we have to have the respect for those that came before us, but those that were here first also have to acknowledge that that change is coming, and we've perhaps been a little bit spoiled in the access to Eklutna lands. You don't see no trespassing signs on Eklutna lands. You see declarations that it's their properties, but in often cases we're free to roam it. They allow us to roam it. Good stewardship is the platform of the Eklutna Corporation and the Dena'ina people, and I'll practice that as best that I can as good stewards of the land, but it's an amazing lesson when you research out the Dena'ina people who live there and camp there, and then to make the inference that they wouldn't have good stewardship of their own lands is quite offensive. And I know that you've apologized. I know that you've said that, but the relationship with the development community, the Eklutna Corporation, our general community, has to respect the Dena'ina community that came before us, and they are nothing but good stewards of the land. So that message is going to come clear. That's what we guide our development decisions by. So thanks for letting me go on. It has been contentious. We've worked it hard, some behind the scenes, some in front. Thank you to the board. Thank you to the Eklutna Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you. Erica, I have a couple questions for you, if you can come down for just a second. Unfortunately, I don't have the P&Z findings in front of me, but there were some assertions made that what we're passing tonight does not qualify as a master plan. Can you comment on that and tell me if, in fact, that's accurate?
Ms. Dombowski, there are a number of elements in Title 21 that are required for submittal for a PC master plan, and I would say that this meets the majority of those.
Okay, so in your opinion, as this representative for this department, you would say this then qualifies, it does qualify as a master plan, meeting those requirements?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. With that said, I recognize, I'm a big private property kind of thing. I'm done, Erica. Now I'll just pontificate for a minute. I'm a big private property person, and I've said that from the beginning, and I think that's what drove the community council crazy, because you have to prove to me that there's going to be some sort of significant harm in somebody developing something on their property for me to tell them no. Honestly, as long as it's legal, as long as it's their property and they're not impacting their neighbors. We're not discussing a monofill anymore. The monofill's not there. But what I see in this master plan, the biggest issue that was contentious is no longer there, and the city department has now articulated that in fact it does qualify as a master plan. And I'm satisfied at this point. Does it mean that there might not be other issues that come up that we debate robustly? No. But does it mean that I think I think you have the shell here of something that we can work with, you can work with in the future. Let me make sure I said you can work with it in the future. Yes. So with that, I will be supporting this, and I just appreciate the community's robust discussion, every bit of education I've received on this topic. I've learned a lot, and I appreciate it, and I'm just very grateful. I'm very proud to represent this community, both the members in the community council and the shareholders and members of Kalutna. It's been an honor to work with you on the project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. No other comments from Assembly members. I just want to say I'll support this. I appreciate Kalutna's work on this. Thanks for being part of the solution to this issue. And thank you, Mr. Potter. Always good to have you here. Please vote. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
There. That's approved unanimously by the body. Next item in front is item 14C, Ordinance AO 2015-23, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code to remove references to the Anchorage telephone utility. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name. Anyone at all? Hearing saying no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
We'll move and seconded. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, just a quick question. Mr. Wheeler, I had actually raised this issue as a potential to remove some language from the charter as well, me being kind of a good government geek. Do we need to do a charter amendment that accomplishes the same goal? Or, I mean, I got mixed responses on that one.
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, we'd need to put it on a ballot.
I know how to do that. All right, let's get drafting then.
All right.
Thanks.
Any other discussion from Assembly members? Don't appear to be any, so please vote.
Yes.
Mr. Honeman. Thank you, sir. Mr. Hall, Mr. Starr? That is approved. Can we get paid more now that we've got rid of any reference to it in our charter? Next item in front is item 14D, Ordinance AO 2015-24, Ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Sections 9.5.0504A, to allow alternative contact information in tollway sign areas. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body? Moved and seconded. Discussion from Assembly members. Please vote. Mr. Honeman.
Yes.
Ms. Johnston? No, she's gone. She's leaving. Huh? She's gone. Bring it up. That item is approved by the body. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to open the next one, then we're going to move to continue it to the next meeting. This is AO 2015-25, an ordinance dedicating a portion of the west one half, W1 west one half, southwest 1/4, southwest 1/4,
Waive reading.
28. Thank you. For permanent long-term park recreation purposes.
Mr. Chairman, if I recall correctly, the sponsor wanted to postpone this.
Wants to postpone this to the next meeting, but I've got to open a public hearing.
Understood. I just wanted to make sure.
Absolutely sure, Mr. Finn. Oh, geez. Excuse me. Forget it. It's getting late, okay? Ordinance AO 2015-25, ordinance dedicating certain municipal properties for permanent long-term park recreation purposes. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward.
Actually, sir, since I think Mrs. Johnston wanted to postpone both 14E and 14F, could we combine the public hearing too?
We can, if you wish.
Make that motion then.
Okay. Ask unanimous consent. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
The items are combined. So we're opening now ordinance AO 2015-24 and 2015-25.
25 and 26?
25, 26.
Yes. 24 and 25.
25
No,
and 26.
That's the problem. I need to extend this darn thing down there.
You need a Mountain Dew.
Yeah. Need another Coke. Anyway, we're going to open the public hearing on 25 and 26. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name for the record. If you can figure out what we're testifying on now. Yes? Hearing and say no one. Let's get a motion to continue both of them.
Evans?
Yeah, I'd like to move to postpone testimony, or to postpone, continue the public hearing on 14E and 14F until the meeting of April 28th. Not
Second.
You don't want the 14th?
No, the 28th, please.
Okay. Ask unanimous consent. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
That's done. Mr. Starr?
I just have a question as to what's the origin of this, the first one in particular with the definitive nature of the plats. Who's giving us this information?
Mr. Evans?
Yeah, I think since the maker of the ordinance just left for a flight, I'm not sure. I know it's gone through legal already. I don't know if Dennis has an answer for that, but you may be able to provide some.
Through the chair, Mr. Evans, as you may recall, when we were working on the fire station in Rabbit Creek Park, it came to everybody's attention that there are parks in the hillside area that are being used as parks and have been for quite some time, but they were not dedicated. So Ms. Johnston worked with Parks and others to develop a list of those parks, and this is the first one as a result of that. The second ordinance actually deals with Rabbit Creek Park itself.
I get that one. The first one was my question. The language between designated and dedicated park, though, I don't understand necessarily the hurry to move it from designated parkland to dedicated parkland. I mean, again, with the mature use of that, I can believe it. Does it have any legal sense of difference besides the perpetuity aspect?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, the big and singular difference is that once you dedicate it, you can't dispose of it without a public vote.
The mayoral's action is in what part of it? I thought there was a mayor's ability to move from designated to dedicated.
No, sir. That's only done by assembly ordinance. The mayor can, if it's undedicated, you can designate different departments to manage the land. For example, land that's held for a future fire station can be designated for park use until such time as a fire station is built.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. So the mayor has ability, as the assembly does, to change designations. But in terms of setting a dedication,
yeah,
that's done by ordinance. Once you've done that, it's stuck that way.
I get that. And I would just want to make sure that not everybody that sees a park out there, we're not going to do this with everything that's designated. I have a tremendous number of parks that are under a memorandum of understanding use agreement, even though, so it's not an automatic that it's going to move into permanent parkland. So
through the chair, Mr. Starr, I'm sorry. There were the original list had quite a few more parcels on it than this one does, and we not myself, but the people involved worked to narrow down that list because of the very issue that you're talking about. There were parcels that we thought were not necessarily good for dedication, even though they may be designated right now.
The last question is that other than Ms. Johnson had to leave, why are we postponing?
Madam Clerk might be able to answer that question on these two. As I understand it, there was some kind of a glitch regarding noticing.
Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, my understanding is that Ms. Johnson indicated that there was additional work that needed to be done, and she asked it to be extended to April 21st, which is certification, and then she requested the 28th.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, yes, that reminds me. On the first one, there's some language we need to adjust, and there's one of the parcels on there that we need to look at. It needs further study by traffic engineering. On item number 2, originally the Assembly had passed a resolution saying that dedication would happen after the final plat is done. That hasn't happened yet, and right now the legal description and some other things in that packet aren't correct, so we need to fix that.
Okay. So you think we'll see minor modifications, what we have in front of us, or significant that's going to bring the public out?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, you'll see minor modifications of both these items.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my concern is that the amount of data I have here to go out and find this park to take a look at it is pretty skimpy. I know we're trying to be frugal on paper and get this all done in one fell swoop, but I'm concerned about lack of information in the packet.
Anything else, Mr. Steele?
That's all.
Thank you. Please vote to bring this item on the 28th of April up. Mr. Honeman? This brings it up on the 28th of April. It's both items, ma'am. Mr. Steele, sir?
Did I do something?
No, it's getting late. There. That item is approved.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider item 14C. I inadvertently failed to move the S version.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ask unanimous consent to reconsider it. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Okay.
And with that, Mr.
Here,
Chairman,
just vote to reconsider it.
Motion to reconsider.
It's fine. There. That's reconsidered in front of us. Now, Mr. Flynn?
yeah, and so with my apologies, Mr. Chairman, I will move the S version of item 14C.
14C S.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please vote.
Still want to do the charter amendment.
Yep. Who are we missing? Okay. There. Item is approved. Thank you, Mr. Flynn, for cleaning that up. Public hearing is now open on item ordinance 2015-27, ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing the public sale by a sealed competitive bid of Lot 11A, Lake Center subdivision located at 3939 West 84th Avenue, TID 011-141-13, and Block 2, Lot 1A.
Can waive the reading now.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open on this item. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name for the record. Spell your last name, if you would, please. Anyone at all? Hearing staying on. Public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body? Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Mr. Starr, sir.
Did we bond for any portion of these remodels? Do we have funding that brings bond money into the mix? I guess it's not relevant, but it's, we're sort of marketing properties to do it. I don't know if it was a cost overrun entirely, or we aren't appropriating our bonds correctly. Does it matter, Mayor, on your perception?
Robin, do you know? Chief knows.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Starr, I'm sorry, but I didn't hear your entire question.
The bond monies that we often see approved for products, services, and buildings like this, we didn't have enough? Is that kind of the summary?
That's exactly correct. Excuse me, we're working with 08 and I think 12 bond monies, and the engineer's estimate were higher than we anticipated. So for us to go out to bid, we have to have the extra money.
The summation that we're going to sell Fire Station 7 and Fire Station 9 is how we're going to pay back the money?
That's exactly correct.
We're going to level the fire stations and sell the lands?
No, sir.
Who's going to buy an old fire station?
It's Old Station 7, and it will be Old Station 9 by the time we have the other one built. And they won't be marketed until then. I really don't believe we're going to need this money, but we had to have it to go out to bid.
Yeah. Well, I'm still paying for a library in Eagle River where we borrowed the money as well, too, and haven't really paid that off. So I'm cautious about those interfund loans, because they get the job done today, but then we have to get more creative than we'd like later.
I understand. I
Thank
really
you.
do.
Well, I appreciate the service to the community, but
Thank you.
also fiscally concerned. Thank you.
Any other comments from assembly members? Seeing none, please vote. Mr. Honeman? This is on 2015-27. Item is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14H, Resolution Error 2015-53, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $890,000 from earnings within the MOA Trust Fund 730 for expert financial management and support services provided in calendar year 2015. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body? Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Hall, sir.
You've got my second?
Yes, sir. Any comments on this one, sir?
No.
Okay. Anything else from anybody? Okay. Please vote, Mr. Holman.
Let's just piss it away.
That item is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14I, Resolution Error 2015-62, a resolution confirming and levying upon special assessment for Special Assessment District 06-19, which constructed street improvements on Arlene Drive, Kingfisher Drive, Pelican Drive, and Pelican Court, and setting the date of assessment installment payments, interest on unpaid assessments, providing for penalties and interest in the event of delinquency. And there is also 14I1, the same memorandum, AM 130-2015 with this. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all?
My name's Ed Larrivee, LARRIVEE-2. I think a lot of this stuff, see, I have friends and stuff that live out there, and what I saw was a lot of it was unnecessary. And I think they paid too much. I think what you're going to do, you're going to charge the people that live out there to fix this stuff. And really, there's a lot of ripoff there. I think what you should do is reevaluate and see how much everybody's going to have to pay. I don't think you should charge the people that live on the street. I think you should charge the whole muni for it. And even then, I think you ought to reevaluate how much it costs, because a lot of this stuff was unnecessary. And it just needs to be reviewed. And a lot of people out there vote, by the way. So if I were you, I would handle this with kid gloves, because, you know, the election's 2 weeks off. Yeah, and that's, a lot of people out there have money, but they're going to focus it towards their benefit through the political structure. So if I were you, I would reevaluate this and see how much the muni should pay, not just the property owners, but the muni should pay. And then also, you know, find out who in the world got this project going, you know, and send it out to the media. Anyway, does anybody have any questions?
Actually, yes, we do. Mr. Hall.
Yes, Mr. Larrivee, the people have already voted on this. This is a road improvement district. They're only paying a percentage of that. The majority of this is funded with bonding. So they voted on this a long time ago.
Boy. But do the property owners, or I mean, not just paying taxes, are they going to be responsible for a lot of this expense?
The property owners are, and they voted and accepted that responsibility.
I mean, by property owners, the ones that actually live on Pelican Drive.
That's correct.
And
Yes.
Kingfisher and Arlene. So they're going to be paying for it through the muni.
A percentage of the project.
Okay.
But they had to agree to this before it was ever put into bonding.
Wow. Okay. Well, 2 weeks we vote.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No other questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no on public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body? Mr. Darden, you didn't get up here in time. Were you sleeping? You got to move faster, guy.
All right.
Go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to answer Mr. Larrabee's. You can actually vote today, Mr. Larrabee. The polls are open, so you can vote at the Lusac Library or at the City Hall, all up till April 7th for the municipal election.
Thank you. Public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body? Moved and seconded. Mr. Flynn, sir.
I'll be the second.
Oh, I heard a second, but that's all right. Mr. Honeman did.
All right.
Mr. Flynn.
Lecture time. This is the third time. As Mr. Hall said, we don't get these until people vote in favor of them. And in fact, we're pretty nice. We match it with general obligation bonds, which voters also vote on. Mr. Larrabee, I'd appreciate your comments. You're welcome to speak to us any time, but this is the third time you've come up and talked about something without knowing what was actually in it. I'd appreciate you paying a little closer attention.
Mr. Flynn, thank you. To the administration, do we need to fill in the blanks on here in line 3143 before we approve it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If somebody will make the amendment. 31 and 43. Page 1. It's just today's date.
Mr. Chair, I move to amend line 31 to reflect the public hearing was held on March 24th, 2015.
Is there a second? Ask unanimous consent. Mr. Honeman? Thank you, sir.
Mr.
That's
Chair,
approved.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask the administration a question real quick for the second one.
We do. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Is the payment due date, is that May 31st, 2015? Why is that date in my mind?
Through the chair, Ms. Demboski, I don't know. Usually Brian Boss is here, or somebody from AWU is here to speak to the date. I'm sorry.
I was
Ron
looking.
Thompson, I'm sorry. Switching gears here. The first date, I don't have that date. I was hoping they did.
I was looking at, we had the tax assessment rolls for the Eberhardt monitor. For some reason, I think it was in May. So I don't know if they should be the same. I need direction from the administration what date should be in there.
I'll find a date for you.
Move to postpone this item to the end of the agenda, sir.
Second.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Next item in front is item 14J. Public hearing is now open. 14J, Resolution Air 2015-63. Resolution of Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $193,578 of insurance recovery and other miscellaneous revenue from within the Anchorage roads and drainage service.
Waive
area.
reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, the public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body? Moving and seconded. Discussion from the assembly members. Please vote. The item is approved. Next item in front of us is item 14K, Resolution AR 2015-70, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving a master tax-exempt lease/purchase agreement loan and appropriating in the amount not to exceed $8,400,000 from the proceeds of said loan to the Information Technology Fund 601 and the appropriation of said funds to the Information Technology Capital Improvement Program, CIP Fund 608, for the continued implementation of a financial and human resources enterprise resource planning system, SAP, in the Information Technology Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. We also have an S version. It's on the laid on the table items. There's an S version on there. So public hearing is now open. Anybody wish to testify? Please come forward.
Billy Ray
Hello,
Powers, POWERS. Let's go ahead and keep this thing rolling, man. Let's get her done. Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else wish to testify? Please come forward. By the way, in 4 minutes, this meeting will end unless we're extended. I think we have to. I think we have to 11. Okay, I could be wrong. You're right. Go ahead. It happens on occasion, most of the time.
Do I have time? Oh.
Go ahead.
My name's Miranda Walso, last name W-A-L-S-O.
For some reason, I thought we...
So I haven't had time to review the S version, so I'm going to just testify about the original proposal. What if I told you that a successful ERP implementation had only a 7% chance of success? This is exactly what two different reports recently found, one by Panorama Consulting and the other by the Standish Group International. When SAP was selected in 2011, we were facing a very different financial outlook. Tonight, you're being asked to fund an additional $8.4 million for the continuing implementation of the SAP ERP system within the municipality, drawn on an agreement established in January 2008 when this body passed AO 2008-5, authorizing the $50 million line which you proposed to draw against. Recently, 2 audits were conducted which concluded that technically the project was salvageable. Salvageable does not equal the best use of resources or possible going forward. Conservative estimates to address the findings from the technical audit on SAP itself indicate that it will require a minimum of between 44 and 150,000 hours just to address what we already know is wrong with it. This does not mean that the solution will work as we intended or that we can afford it. Now, of the 2 audits, the second one was an independent review of the Kronos and SAP implementation to ensure the project challenges were, were manageable and that the appropriate mechanisms were in place to oversee it going forward. There were 127 recommendations found, 90% of which the administration accepted. That would be great and bode well for the project if this was the first time that we'd heard them. However, in 2011, an operations review analysis was conducted by Excipio Consulting for the municipality of Anchorage to provide an assessment of the information technology and information systems environments and to define an appropriate strategy for future optimization of existing investment in hardware and to minimize the ongoing operational costs. That's a direct quote from the report. See if any of these findings sound familiar. It takes an excessive amount of time to evaluate new technologies and consistently results with high-cost, low-value solutions. The operational staffs are often consumed by daily support issues, and project managers have no ability to schedule operational resources. IT currently has a shortage of project management resources and struggles with keeping up with the project management workload and misses timelines on a regular basis. Implement time tracking. None of the agencies reported using time tracking tools with their staff. Responsibility needs to be assigned, education performed across the agencies, and serious penalty provisions implemented for those who do not follow the process. Change management, quality and assurance and testing, training, documentation, and IT processes and standards. These responsibilities are absorbed by the existing staff and management. Much like the business analyst role, these responsibilities are critical to an effective and efficient IT operation. Based on several outages that have occurred during the course of this engagement, this is an area of significant improvement for MOA, specifically within the IT department. MOA needs to solve the problematic rehiring policy that occurs when open technology positions are offered to employees who were fired from other agencies for performance issues. So from 2011 to 2015, we have the exact same problems. The entire premise of an ERP solution is to implement an integrated system that goes from the beginning to the end of a process. It's designed to increase efficiencies and to increase the margins we can operate in to save money in the long run. However, for one of them to work, you have to have the exact same process done in each department by each person across the municipality. In addition, those processes have to be documented in a specific way and input into the system. Beyond that, that's not what we're doing. The SAP solution we're not using everything we've paid for. We're using other tools developed by third-party people, 5 of them just in this project. That defeats the point. Instead of using the loan, this should have gone out to bond. We have an opportunity to step back and do it. We know we need hardware upgrades, additional software upgrades, finding other people. Let's do that, but let's do it right this time. I can email you.
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. It sounds like it'd be wise to postpone this, if at all possible, and review it more thoroughly. I also think it'd be a good idea to keep the ball rolling well into the night. Seems like we're making good headway. We'll get the most bang for our buck in doing so.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the substitute version, AR 2015-70S. And just some brief comments, and Ms. Guyard might want to continue my comments. But anyway, what this substitute version does is it decreases the amount of the loan request from $8.4 million to $1 million. Yesterday, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Trainey and I had a pretty productive and in-depth meeting with Ms. Guyard and our contractor, ZIG. And the decision was mutually made to decrease the amount for now and to have a series of work sessions with the body and to bring this document back to the body at the April 28th meeting. And Ms. Guyard, can you, would you like to provide some additional comments? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Gray-Jackson, you're correct. The discussions yesterday were helpful, and what it indicated is that the amount of activity that is about ready to start becoming on force in the SAP program is not really well understood. We haven't done a good enough job communicating with you the depth and breadth of the amount of implementation that's about ready to get going. So we wanted to take an opportunity to lay out for you in more detail the plans and activities that are going to be taking place for which this funding, the full funding, will be necessary. So what we hoped to achieve was a sufficient amount of funding to get our contracts in place, get going. We have a lot of people that are about ready to come on staff, and we have a lot of activities that we've been planning for and we're ready to move forward on. But we did want to take this smaller amount of money that would enable us to get going, but would also allow us to spend some more time with you so that you have a far better understanding of what the game plan is. There is a very vibrant game plan, and it's hard to discuss it in just 1 hour. So we thought we would take a couple days the week of April 20th and work with you on them. So thank you.
Ms. Guyard, we had an email exchange today, and I can't remember the term you used on the outside integrator. We had that little discussion. Is Mr. Campbell still part of that discussion? Is that the individual that you're engaging with in that role? Do you remember which one it was?
Through the chair, one of the individuals, one of the senior persons that we engaged was from Oxford. His name was Greg Campbell, and he's a very senior project manager with a lot of SAP experience. We were going to put him in charge of organizational change management because that's an area where we don't have an MOA employee that can fulfill that function.
Yeah, and I had a chance after I get you that message on supporting that. I read his resume as well, and I think I know why you chose him. So does any of the reduction in funding message tonight, does that jeopardize your conversations with the gentleman of that caliber?
Through the chair, no, Mr. Starr, we funded that with available funds.
Okay, so he's basically going to come on board?
Yes, through the chair, he's secure.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Trainee, yes, I just finished confirming with all of the senior project managers that they are on site the week of April 20th. So we will get with Ms. Jones and we will get that scheduled, sir.
Mr. Chair, I just want to remind you that we're not going to close the public hearing on this one. Mr. Chair, I move to continue public hearing on this item until April 14th. And if I may just follow up. Thank you. This was just an error. It was supposed to be, the public hearing was supposed to be the 14th. The board will actually have their meeting this Thursday, the 26th, to discuss this item. So we just want to make sure the board has an opportunity to weigh in before we actually take action. So that's why we'll just continue the public hearing till April 14th and bring it back then. Mr. Chair, do you want to go back up the agenda to 14I? Okay. Can I make? Do you want a motion to go back? I make a motion to go back up the agenda, item 14I.
Second.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to amend line 43 to read, installment payments shall be due by May 25th, 2015. If I can get a second.
Second.
Me.
Mr. Flynn.
Okay, Mr. Flynn. Any discussion on that, Mr. Dombrowski?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Flynn on that item?
No, sir.
Okay. Please vote. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
That is approved by the body. Thank you. We're now down to item 14M, ordinance AO 2015-28, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.20.070B, provide for the reorganization of the Public Works Department and the Department of Community Development.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have you open the public testimony, but I'm going to move that we move it to the next meeting. There was a significant number of folks here that have had to leave, so if you want to testify now, you're welcome to, but that would be your one time to testify in front of us, so thank you.
I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name for the record and spell your last name if you would, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move to
Seeing no one, Mr. Starr.
I move to continue the public hearing to April 14th.
Okay. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Please vote. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
That's postponement to the 14th. Continue to the 14th.
I don't know.
Computer catch up to us.
Remember talking about it.
It's all right. Yes, he did?
Yes.
He did. That is item is approved. It'll be back in front of us on the 14th of April. It'll be back in front of us on the 14th of April. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, do we have to move 15B to a later date? I guess.
I'd be happy to speak to that if you wish, Mr.
Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Starr. We received notice from the owner in question that she wanted additional time to review the documentation and present her response. And out of abundance of caution, given the due process aspects of this, we granted that request and intend to take this up on the 14th.
Did we do it already?
So formally, do we need to do that, though? We need to probably put that on the record.
Yeah.
And that's in conjunction with 2015-116 that we passed earlier?
Exactly.
Got it. Thank you.
And so with that, Mr. Starr, I'll make the motion to postpone the public hearing on Special Order 15B to the meeting of April 14.
Second.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Moved and seconded. Amy, was that a discussion on this item or something else?
I have a question for Mr. Wheeler on this item.
On this item?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wheeler?
Mr. Wheeler, I think I may have had a message from the owner of this particular establishment. Is it okay with an item like this, conditional use, or I'm tired, I can't even find my words. Is it okay for me to talk to her, or is that like an ex parte issue?
Through the chair, Ms. Dombasi, I would treat that as an ex parte, so I would recommend that you not speak to anyone outside of public forum.
Okay, thank you. Well, I hadn't returned the phone call yet because I was concerned, so thank you.
Please vote. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Then we'll come back in front of us at our next meeting. We're now down to unfinished agenda. There is none. Audience participation. Is there anybody who wants to talk to us about anything for 3 minutes?
Billy Ray Powers, POWERS. Thank you guys for looking at and considering everything as close as you do, including you, Mr. Honeman and Mrs. Johnston. Even bigger, Dan Sullivan was the finest mayor we've had in a very long time. Thanks, Dan. That was nice. And on the thank yous, now, it's about the public education because this is education night. Where we're missing the boat here is it takes a village. We need to impress on these kids the importance of being the finest place and why they go to school. Why are they doing it? So if they don't even understand why they're doing it, they're not going to do it. So we can AO37 this town. We can litter this town with propaganda. We can click it or ticket. We can do all kinds of stuff. Can we get it across to these kids as a community why they need to get going and pursue their education? That's the missing link here. Thanks, man.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Hello, my name is Dan Loring. President Trainee, Assembly members, Mayor Sullivan. I'm happy to be here tonight. Especially thank Bill Evans. A revolution of public education. Should we collectively as a community decide to be the best, we will be the best, or one of the best. Currently there's a new revolution in Finland. There will be no more math. There will be no more history. There will be no more writing or reading. Google public education in Finland and to see where they're going. They're looking 5-6 years out, starting, maybe 6 months ago. They're already amongst the best in the world. It's not good enough. They're rethinking public education. They're changing the way that they're educating their kids. Mayor Sullivan had an education summit. It was wonderful. Kind of died at the conclusion. The Anchorage School District needs our help. Our 10th grade proficiency in math tops out about 66% for all the kids. And for some subgroups, 34%, 44%. Is that the best we can do? No. If you look at Finland, if you look at Singapore, if you look at South Korea, they have a common reason that they are amongst the best in the world. They had a conversation before they became the best. And the conversation was, are we good enough? If not, what do we want? Where do we want to rank? That conversation determined they wanted to be amongst the best, and they were. Gwinnett County, Drew Charter School, KIPP Academy, American Indian School, Children's Zone, Uncommon Schools. They all have high expectations. We don't have high expectations. We feel there's reasons that kids in that zip code or that zip code cannot be amongst the best in the world. That's a myth. All kids are very smart if the adults have high expectations. We can be the best. So thank you, Mr. Evans, for that idea. And I would hope that the Assembly would embrace that idea. And let's improve public education. Let's start with our neighborhood schools. We have charter schools, we have schools within the schools, we have Montessori schools, we have this kind of school, that kind of school. Nobody's talking about our neighborhood schools, the foundation of our democracy. Let's focus on our neighborhood schools and be amongst the best in the world. If we try, we will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to speak to us? Welcome, ma'am.
Hello. Maria Rentz. Just a real quick couple of things. I wasn't planning on speaking on education, but I would like to challenge the entire community to think of education as infrastructure. So thank you all for taking part in working on this. And then I wanted to just submit the documents that I was referring to in my earlier comments for the record.
We'll make just general distribution to everybody on the assembly. Have a nice night. Anybody else wish to testify on anything?
Thank you. William Harrington, HARRINGTON. A couple quick things. First, fluoride. We always hear fluoride at this time. The lady the other day made a good point. We're getting fluoride, but it's not being tested. We don't know where we're getting. The drywall that came from China that went to Florida rotted the pipes right out of the wall. The things we're getting, and the things we're getting from other countries that we're not knowing what we're getting, we're not probably getting what we're paying for. Because why should they give us the good stuff? They can give us the bad stuff and we don't even test it. We send it off on our citizens. I believe that there should be country of origin labeling on everything that we buy. You can make your choice and you can vote with your dollars. The other issue that I have tonight is that I hope to bring to your attention is illegal campaign signs. There's ordinance, and one of the problems there is you've got municipal roads and you've got state roads. Oh, the municipality only controls the municipality area. So we can go out and we can throw our illegal campaign signs on state right-of-way, and all those people in Juneau can't even see them this far. I think that it'd be nice if the people who do win the person who wins the election can stand up and say, I did not allow any illegal campaign signs, which I personally take as visual trash, in right-of-ways on state or municipal property, and it would be nice if the municipality would work closely, hand in glove, with the state to make sure that their right-of-way is not trashed by this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Harrington?
Oh, a question. The answer is 4.
Actually, the answer is 3.
Oh, 3 questions?
No, the answer is 3. I've won 3 elections. I've never posted an illegal campaign sign.
Well, if you were running for mayor, you'd have a vote.
1 out of 20,000 ain't bad.
Welcome, ma'am.
Sue Kanen, it's Kanen, and I don't know if I'm the lady he mentioned, but someone was confused. Does this fluoridation chemical really come from China? And yes, I've discussed it with the water utility, and I've done a lot of research, and I put together a document. I will email this to you with all of the cut and paste from all the documents from the municipality there. They're pretty much deficit in a lot of things in terms of the specifications, the municipal code, different things like that. I'll be very specific in this document. I hope you'll look at it. I know you go through so much, so much on your plate, but perhaps take it and delegate it to the water utility and say, do we really want this chemical from China? Do we have sufficient testing on it? You know, there's several layers. It doesn't go, it goes from the federal to the state to NSF, which is just a company, and then Underwriters Laboratory. And in this document, I'll send you all my conversations with all these people. No one will give me an assay of this chemical in terms of heavy metals. Now, there's a new standard that's come out. It's NSF 223, and that'll be in my document. And it was written for the very reason I was concerned about, and this just came online last year. How often do you test this material? And it says that there is devised for the production of the direct additives to water. They were being overseen by owners from countries where corruption played a insignificant role in business before. But now, today, a substantial portion of these production of directive additives to water has moved to countries where this is no longer the case. In other words, we're really concerned about the integrity of the people that we're getting this material from, and they didn't even test it for every 5 years. What is an unannounced visit to one of these facilities to test the product? The man goes to the door, knocks on the door in China and says, oh, no, you can't come in, you have 2 hours. So that's what's defined as an unsupervised visit. We need to not buy this stuff. That's why I'm coming here every meeting, is because this stuff is coming up for renewal, and we need to look at it more carefully. I know you can't look at so much detail. I'm going to give it to you, give it to somebody else, say, do we really want this chemical? Is it tested properly? And I'm hoping that you'll either do that personally or delegate it to somebody else, because we're not really testing it. This material is not tested for radioactivity, according to NSF 60. And I showed you from my diagram the 3 different things that come off of the radioactive rock. Fertilizer, which is heavy in cadmium, is poisoning the city where we're getting it from. The fluoridation chemical that we're buying, and then there's also the phosphate, and then the gypsum drywall, which is radioactive. The whole thing, I mean, we're not testing. It's not required. I doubt it's done. And in our specifications, there's a provision for testing it independently. Let's get some of this stuff and test it independently then. But we're going to be in real trouble, and it's going to be a real embarrassment if we don't pass specs. Your specifications for the purchase of the material doesn't pass specs. It needs to be looked at. A lot of the written codes are out of date. They're flat out of date. They're not the most current version of this NSF 60. And we need to look at that. We just can't say, hey, we've always done it this way. This Underwriters Laboratory can contract with a person in China to test it for us. I don't think that's acceptable.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please look for my email, and I'll send it on to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah.
I do not know how they could still be so enthusiastic about these issues. Miranda Walso, WALSO. Earlier, Ms. Skyard said that it's hard to address something like SAP in an hour. It's even harder to do it in 3 minutes. I'm really tired, so I was just going to give a copy of the testimony I was going to give to Ms. Jones, if that's okay.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
My name's Ed Larrivee, Larriv as the victory, EE-2. A rebuttal to Mr. Flynn. Just because I'm probing, because I'm getting 2 stories, doesn't mean that I don't know what's going on. And when you cut on me, you're not only cutting on me, you're cutting on every voting taxpayer there is in this town. And if you really think that you know so much, prove it. How's that? As a matter of fact, now again, tonight, I think that you all, if I was going to grade you, I'd grade you a D. And the reason why is because that thing with Mr. Graff, he didn't have a 3-year plan, and he should have known and anticipated what the state is going to do, because others before him have. And that's my rebuttal.
Thank you, sir.
And by the way, it wasn't 3, it was 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Arden, last comment. We're going to end this meeting very shortly.
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. I feel like the word forgiveness is a good word for tonight. When someone mistreats you after a 11-year agreement that you know they're going to have your back and whatnot, and they wind up doing something that you don't agree with by agreeing to support something that you're completely opposed to. If you can forgive individuals for things, you can move forward and find commonalities and move on issues that can help us have a revolution in education and help us tackle issues like how to remove the poisonous fluoride from our drinking supply that seems to be catching wind, and it seems to be propelled through the voice of the people throughout the city of Anchorage, that we're paying taxes to put essentially this poison into our drinking supply, which fluoride is a byproduct of the mining industry, which is it was once burned off because the fluoride in the fertilizers, which are used to make vegetables, when it was burned off, all the cropland surrounding would die, so they put scrubber systems in, and then you ran out of time and you had to run for political office so you could have more than 2 minutes to talk. But you actually had another minute, so you keep going on because the little timer is hard to read from 10 feet away. So the scrubbers, okay, so they in the mining industry, they burn the phosphorus. They got to get the fluoride off because it kills the plants. It goes up in the atmosphere. It killed the surrounding livestock and plants. So then they put scrubber systems in, which is scrubber systems put water over the ash that go into the air, and then they had big barrels of fluoride, and they had to figure out a way to get rid of it. So they started to put it in the drinking supply, and it's a lot of science that has been misconstrued and fed to people for a long time. So to educate the people, it's going to take time, but we shouldn't waste money on putting poison in our drinking water. It's going to take time, but you spit out your toothpaste.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Hearing say none, public testimony is closed.
Mr. Chair.
We're now down to Mr. Evans. I'm sorry.
I just want to remark that it's 3 o'clock in the morning in South Carolina, so Paul Honeman should get some sort of award for staying out there.
That's true.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
We're adjourned.